Good. Good. What? Okay. I already got that down. Do request. Okay. My volume all the way down? I think my volume might be all the way. Hold on. No, it's up. The game's just really quiet for me sometimes. Oh shit. Well, that finished. Okay. I had a thought I was just about to share, and I forgot it. Okay. Yeah, laugh at me, dick. Okay, good. Because I need a guard tower here because I lost one of my best builders of the two. It was actually my second best builder. It was my worst builder, but I lost her to the spider over here.
Where's the courier?
I love that it requires me to have a fishing rod to make the thing. And then it doesn't start with the worker having a fishing rod. Makes sense, right? Oops. Bam. Bam. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Heads up. Yep, except I already did that, I thought. Oh, not there. Oh yeah, I forgot I could just do this.
I'm missing something. I can't
Need a
work
fishing
like
rod?
this.
Yep. Can you make stone fishing rods? Is that a thing you can do? Hold on. Oh, you can in fact make well. These are just. I mean, okay, so these are technically higher level fishing rods, but I don't know if they would work with mine colonies or not. Okay. You have fun. Actually, hold on. Fisher hut mine colonies. Fisher's huts. What does the extra levels do? The fishering's hut is where the fisher will catch fish. The fisher requires a fishing rod and a body of water of a minimum of 7 blocks wide, 7 blocks deep, and water must be near the hut. Upgrading the fisher hut will expand the range at which the fisher can fish, and the higher level of the hut of the fisher, the more loot the fish will be fishing out instead of fish, and this includes prismarine. Okay. So it's just higher tier loot. Got it. It's wild, the concept of fishing out a sponge, since sponges tend to be, like, on the fucking ground. There you go. Okay. Strong fighter in Faraway Kingdom. Are you? Because you don't have super high stats for any of the stuff that I need my fighters to have. What were the two things I was going to upgrade? I know I need more iron to get the blacksmith, because I want to get to mechanic so I can start upgrading my walls and my barracks to tier 3. Oh, that's right. I was going to get books. I was going to get library, and I need another anvil. And I have plenty of books. So this will be easy. No, I put them over. I'm stupid. What did I just do? Did I just throw something in one of these? I did. I don't even use the vein hammer, but it's, I guess, kind of useful. I guess I should probably start using it when I see shit like iron. Do. How's the warehouse hut? Oh, did you actually? Yeah, you might have finished the warehouse. Nope, you're still working on the fucking warehouse. Hey, what's up, Melon? How you doing, man? Doing okay? That's good. That's good. Happy for you. You deserve to be doing okay. Just okay, though. Don't get too big for your britches and think you deserve to be splendiferous, because that is... My God, no one deserves that. That is... Only God deserves splendifericity. Says the guy that is very non-religious. Hey, what's up, Triana? How you doing? At least not traditionally religious. Have that. I need to get more fucking iron. For some reason, I don't know why, when I had okay, now they're doing... What the fuck? I had like 2 days in a row where he would not go past 7 nodes, and it wouldn't tell me why. Like, he didn't need anything. It wasn't saying he needed anything, and I couldn't figure it out. What do you need now?
What is it?
How do you keep going through fucking so many pickaxes? He's not even,
Oh, hey.
like,
Good to see
making
you.
up for... Here's what I'm gonna do. Because it's weird, because he will go back and forth between using the bronze one I provided him, which has a very high durability, and then using, like, the iron or the stone ones I give him. So the iron or stone one will end up breaking eventually, and he'll just stop working, because he's not counting the bronze one always. He doesn't always count the bronze one. I want to make you several. My friend's alarm woke me up, so I'm awake now. That, that's... Yep, that tends to be how alarms work. That's what they're there for. But how you doing, Triana?
Tis a fine day.
See, what happens if I do this? Why do you have my fucking shovel? That's not what you're supposed to have. You're supposed to have that.
What can I do for you?
And then I'm going to once again give you this one and see if you'll count it. Because it counted it one time when I gave it to him. It counted it as, oh, you gave me the one I needed, but it doesn't always. But then he will use it.
For you?
Yeah, because how much durability does it have left? Yeah, he used it. Go get me some more fucking iron. Tired, really want to go to Walmart. Finally got contact about the Corsair ICU Link Titan RX RGB AIO I won 2 weeks ago. Yesterday he messaged me. Wednesday he didn't see it till last night. Corsair ICUI Link Titan RX. Hold on. Corsair ICUE Link Titan RX RGB. Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, I know Corsair. It's okay. It's the liquid cooling system. Okay. I was like, I know Corsair, but I don't recognize that part, and I felt like a bad computer geek because I didn't recognize that part. But it's because I don't really give a shit about specifics of cooling systems. I don't like. They're very, very important. I don't know them. And to be fair, my actual like extent of how much effort I put into knowing about computers is generally around the level of I know how to build them, I know how to like do basic fix shit stuff. I have an IT degree, and part of getting the IT degree was computer repair. But even that was very, very minimal, and a lot of it was quite literally Google it. Just Google it. You'll be fine. Which is fair, because the answer a lot of times is Google it. You'll be fine. Comes with some add-ons and LCD screen. Oh, that's cool. So you can like monitor how hot your CPU is getting and shit. Like, just easily. How much is it going to cost to upgrade this to 2? Because I might go ahead and schedule you to get upgraded to 2, but not if it's going to be a lot of shit. I have a fuck ton of those. It should be simple enough. I might already have everything. Upgrade. I just need to make the composter's hut. Or the composter. I mean, if I had, like... If I had, like, infinite money, I would very much, like... I mean, if I had infinite money that or if I had enough, like, fuck you money that I wouldn't care about, oh, I fucked this build up, better redo it again, then I would just teach myself how to, I would get more practice installing water cooling systems and more elaborate stuff like that. I'd probably also, like, custom make my case, like my tower. And I would probably end up getting all those elaborate systems that have like an LCD screen right here so you can monitor all your shit to make sure everything's running right, just because I would like to have that knowledge. It would be nice to have all that. But right now, it's not worth it to me. But I will say, like, I'm not going to need a new computer for a while. This one, I built it high-end, so unless the, like, shit that was going on with the CPU really did a lot of damage to all the other parts somehow, and I find that out down the road, I shouldn't need a new computer for a while, thank God. But the next computer build I'm going to do, one, it's going to be AMD, because fucking Intel can go fuck themselves. Intel can go fuck themselves all the way to hell. And I kind of do want liquid cooling, but I don't want to install it. So I might end up doing it. I would feel ashamed of myself, but I might end up doing like buying a pre-built or doing one of the services. Like, I know that I think I don't know if Newegg still has it. I know Newegg used to have it where you could or maybe it wasn't Newegg, maybe it was like Tiger Direct or someone. I don't remember which one it was, but one of the like big computer places used to have where you could like select all the parts you wanted, and then they would build the computer for you from that and then send it out to you. Because one of the things I hate about pre-builts is they lean so heavy into the RGBs and all this extra shit that just seems like it's designed to like it looks cool, it looks super nice and blah blah blah, but it's really just designed to knock the price up. Like it it looks so cool, it's designed to knock the price up. It's no. Especially because this room is the room that I sleep in. I don't want 1,000 fucking RGBs on my goddamn computer lighting everything up. I have like an RGB keyboard because I kind of like that. I don't know why, but I don't want like 1,000 RGBs in my computer making everything bright as hell. About a pre-built only issue I have is the PSU. Never answered a couple of questions about shipping, but I messaged him a little bit ago with my bestie's address. That's awesome. Yeah. I bought a pre-built only issue I have is the PSU. Yeah, well, what's your issue with the PSU? Is it just not powerful enough? Because that'd be really fucking wild for like a pre-built to not give you a decent power supply. That'd be wild. The guard tower at... Oh, they finished that quick. It's in a PVSC tier non-modular PSU. That I don't know the specifics of that. I always use EVGA because I've never had a problem with them. Non-modular sucks. I don't know why anyone still has non-modular PSUs, honestly. And that kind of sucks too, just because like if it's a non-modular PSU, then that means if you want to replace it, you're gonna have to unplug everything, take it all out, and then replug it all back in, and that's just a pain in the ass. If it was like a modular PSU and you just need to upgrade the PSU or replace the PSU, you just unplug everything from the PSU, install the new PSU, and then plug everything back in, but you don't have to unplug it from the motherboard. But with the modular one, you'd have to unplug it from the motherboard. A Pevia is a cheap brand. Yeah, I've never heard of a Pevia. And there is a level, like, you don't always need to go high-end. Like, is the problem with the PSU, like, it doesn't have enough power output? Or you just don't like the fact that it's a cheap brand? Going a high-end definitely has its advantages, because a lot of times the higher-end ones that are, like, the same level tend to perform better for longer. But that's not always the case. Sometimes you're just paying for the name. But, like, you don't necessarily need to go high-end. I always overshoot my power needs by, like, 30%. I do, and I think that's even... I was told to do that, like, when I was a kid, and me and my brother wanted to build our first computer. And we were, like, looking up and said, overshoot the power supply needs by 30%. And then, like, I even think my IT... one of my, like, my computer repair, computer whatever, I can't remember what the class was called, straight up said, get 30% over your power supply needs, because it's, one, if you ever need to upgrade it, you won't have to worry about changing out the power supply. If you need to upgrade it, or if you're going to add a new, fucking, like, if you want to have two video cards, graphics cards for some reason, or if you upgrade it with a higher end CPU or blah, blah, blah. And two, if the power supply starts to degrade a little bit, so it's not keeping up to the amount that it needs, it won't be a problem. There's a possibility it might fry my PC, and the wattage is 850. I mean, depending on the parts that you have, 850 might be enough. I doubt it's going to be 30% over.
Is there
you are
problem?
A fucking dick. You provide. You've given me, like, no iron, nothing, and you're still just like, I need better gear. He costs me more iron than he's provided for the most part. Okay. I mean, he managed to find a cave. Neat. I should probably get an extra guard down there for him. I mean,
Can I help you?
Arya's doing
What is it?
fine right now. How good's your sword? I should probably... Can you even actually... I'm going to give you... Is this my good one? I'm not going to give you... That's my good one. I'm going to go get you an iron sword. GPU is an RX 7600, so it should be more than enough. Yeah, I mean... It'll be more than enough. It's enough with everything. It's probably not incredibly excessive. I mean, one of the like kind of big differences between different tiers of PSU, where you'll get like 3 different tiers of, say, like an 850 PSU, 850 watt PSU. The difference between the tiers is how much pass through. A lot of times it is. So the high, like, you might have an 850 PSU, and it'll supply 850 watts. It'll supply that level of power, but it pulls in like 1100, so it expends a lot more energy to do it and generates more heat in the doing of it. And then you'll have like a slightly higher one, and it pulls in 1000, and then you'll have the really good ones, and it like it's 850, but it only pulls in 950, so it's not as wasteful. You're always going to have waste. You're always going to have waste energy. That's what the heat is. The heat is the waste energy, essentially. You're always going to have a level of waste energy. I can't remember. How much does copper... I think it's like 1.1. There's a way to do the math, and it's by using ohms, and I cannot remember how to do it. My dad taught me at one point. But effectively, because of the level of resistance, and because of the fact that in the process, it's because what it is, what I'm trying to figure out the math for, and I can't remember how to do it, is it's you take the resistance of the material that electricity is being pushed through, and then the distance over which it's traveled, and that much energy will kind of be lost and expended as heat, will go off as heat. So better quality like PSUs and better quality like wiring and stuff like that gives off less of that. It's a lot more, it's less resistance. It's less wasteful. So you can, you're not using as much energy to power the thing. What was I doing? I got on a whole fucking science electrical thing, and I can't remember what I was trying to do. Oh, that's right. I was gonna find my girl down there an iron sword, and I need. There's. Yeah, I don't care about any of those powers, so. I also need to get this dude a sword. He could only use stone right now. I think... Fuck. I also need to get him some armor. I have 1 block of iron. Need to put this back down. I need to get a lot more iron, which is why I didn't just waste the iron I have in order to make a sword, and I went to find one of the ones I already had. I don't know why I'm holding on to that spruce, but I tend to always be holding on to spruce. What was I about to do? Holy shit, my brain's not working. Oh, yeah. Let's see how much iron I need to... I'm going to make a few extra sets of bronze armor for my guys. Let's say I'm going to make... I don't know, I'm going to make a lot. Casting table, it's like that. Okay. Because I want to make another one just to make this a little bit faster. I should have some bricks. I don't think I used them all. I think yeah, there they are. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bam. Bam. Do I not have a stone pickaxe anywhere? There's one. Do. I'm gonna make a good 5 sets of armor. 3, 9, 14, 16, and then 8, because each one of them is going to need those. So 24. 24 times 5, that's 120. So 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81, 90, 99, 108, 108, 117. That doesn't... No, that's right, 117. Okay. Some reason it didn't sound right to me, but it is in fact right. I don't even need to do that. Hold on. You're just going to stay there. You're going to go there. All of this is going to melt. Hold on. Actually, I'm not going to have excess because that's going to be annoying. It was 24 times 5, so 120. Got to 117, so I'm just going to take 3 of these. Bam. But how is the new computer working for you, Triana? You enjoying it? There's something. Is there a way I can be being productive while this is going? How's the composter hut work going? I do need to make the compost barrel. That was one of the things I needed to do. Bam. I don't know why a compost barrel needed that dirt. Fuck. I don't know why a compost barrel needs an iron bottom, but apparently it does. Bam, 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 bam. Haven't had too many issues besides with Grid Legends. Still need to install Bazit so I can dual boot it with it as. Gotcha. You also run Linux, right? Yeah. So you're going to have more issues than otherwise in some ways, but less in other ways. Coarse dirt. I need 37 more of that. Do I have a lot of gravel left? Bam. Do. Bam. I didn't think about the fact that they're all going to individually take up space. But that's fine. They don't all need it right now. Oh, yes, I need stone. Do-do-do. 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 I also need this. I'm just going to go ahead and use the rest of my gravel and coarse dirt, because a lot of the stuff I've been making needs it. Bam. I feel like there's already stone in there, but I might have already turned it all into stone brick. Who knows? Fuck you guys. Yeah. Why is it so loud? It is not always that loud. Hold on, let me do this real quick and then I'll go kill you. Let me clear up my inventory a little bit. Jeebers. Oh yeah, definitely have a lot of stone left. I do need to just clear out this thing of excess, but the fact, well, where was it? It was northwest. Cool. The fact that I got the composter's hut is gonna help a lot, because it's gonna use up a lot of the extra seed. There you are. I think. Is that you? No, that's some spiders and skelly boys and shit. Okay, so is the raid over here? Where the fuck are the raiders? Where's the barbarians? Are they... Is it them over there? No, those are creepers. Northwest, right? Yeah. Boom. Holy shit, that's a lot of skeletons. Okay, there are in fact people in my village right now, so I think those are the raiders. I gotta go kill them. I need to heal myself real quick. Oh, you don't have any armor. You do not want to be fighting the raiders. Oh,
I'll be back.
where are the other three? My guards are fucking handling it, though.
I'll be back.
One raider left. Thank God they attacked at night, so everyone else was asleep. The raider, like, stuck down here? Is that the raider? Nope. Oh, yeah, that was the raider. Let's go kill the skeletons. I can use some more bones. Only keeping Windows 11, which I hate because of a couple games I have on Xbox app I got off Prime Gaming, Fallout 76, and Doom Eternal. Plus a few games with kernel-level anti-cheat. Fair. I mean, I think most people I know that run Linux also have Windows installed. Just for the sake of sometimes they need it. I just have 2 instances of Windows installed in case one of my fucking hard drives, SSDs, corrupts again, so I can still log in. I load from the other volume if I suddenly yeah. 'Cause I've had that happen once or twice where because in one of my old builds too, what I did was I had a, and this was back when like SSDs were a lot more expensive. So like my 250 gigabyte SSD cost like $200 or something like that. Because this was 10 years ago, maybe more. It would have been about 9 years ago, actually. So I had a 2 terabyte hard drive for my games, and then I had a 250 gigabit, or 2 terabyte hard drive, then a 250 gigabit SSD that just had Windows on it. That was the only purpose of it, was to hold Windows, so my boot speed would be fast. And like my thought was, oh, SSDs are less likely to go bad. Something's less likely to go wrong with an SSD, so I'm less likely to have like the SSD corrupt, something go wrong with it, and then not be able to log on. Nope. My hard drive kept chugging along until I eventually got rid of the computer 2 years ago when I built this one. 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago when I built this one. Meanwhile, the SSD fried within a few years, and I could not tell what was wrong. I could not completely figure out what was wrong because all I was knowing was it wasn't booting. And so I tested a bunch of different shit before realizing it was just the SSD was corrupt and Windows was corrupt. Well, it's here. Don't know what this does. I'm not really fucking around with the gems a lot. Like, part of it is because I've learned my lesson. I know I have a tendency to what am I doing? I have a tendency to get distracted easily. So when I play a mod pack with a lot of different mods, I'll end up not focusing on any one of them all that much, and it takes forever to get anything done. I am obsessed with mine colonies right now, so I am focusing hard on mine colonies. That means I'm not getting a lot of everything else done. What brand was it? It was a Crucial. And this was in like 2016. I ordered all the parts and stuff to build that computer. And I would say, when did I start on campus college? 2020? I think. Maybe 2021. I'm not sure. It fried, and I lost a lot of fucking work. Thank God, like my professors were like really understanding about it, because I ended up emailing them because I still had like a laptop, like just a cheap little $200 Chromebook, so I was able to like start doing some of the work, at least the papers and stuff, and still log in for classes because it would have been. It might have still been 20. It might have been 2021, but it might have been 2020 because I know this was like every single class was still online. But I think in 2020, I was still finishing up at University of Phoenix. Maybe. So they were still good work, and they were like the stuff that I had to do. They were very understanding. Like, yeah, no, that sucks, man. I'm so sorry. Just get it to us whenever you can, kind of thing. Which is, I've had some professors be huge fucking dicks. I've had some professors be very much like not understanding. Like I had my entomology professor, and then at the same time I was taking entomology. I can't remember what the other class was that I was taking. That the professor was also a dick. It might have been neuroanatomy. I hated my neuroanatomy teacher to begin with. My neuroanatomy teacher was not a good person. Let's see if that's going to add 3 back or not. Otherwise, I would have to add more. So I'd put it at 6 plus 1. When I was taking entomology, which I love insects, but I hated that class. When I was taking entomology, I had to miss a few days because I got really sick. Well, like that entomology was 1 4-hour class a week. And I missed and then we had the lab. So I missed the lab and the class because I got really, really sick. And her policy was you can miss 1 lab and 1 class and not get in trouble for it. Which is, most of the professors had that. Like you're not gonna, if you miss 1 test, basically there was like an attendance grade, but the attendance grade was like just a weird like question and answer kind of thing we had to do. And we had like a test every class, or like some sort of quiz every class. And if you missed 1, it would just be wiped from your score. Otherwise, your lowest grade would be wiped from your score. So it's either your lowest grade gets wiped from your overall, or if you miss 1, that one just gets wiped from your overall because that one's your lowest one. So I was really, really sick, and I am of the fucking belief that if you are really sick, if you are like contagiously sick, don't go into fucking work. Don't go into class. Because I've had bosses before that when I was really sick, like, well, we need you here, blah blah blah. It's like, no, you don't. You don't need me here that much, because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to come in, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to infect everyone else with my sickness, and then because I've infected everyone else with my sickness, they're all going to have to miss days at some point, or just be a lot less productive, or you just let me stay home for a few days, I get on a fucking cold pack, and everything's fine. But no. But like, I'm of that policy when it comes to school, too. So I didn't go to school. I didn't go to my classes. And then later in the semester, my grandmother died, and she lived out in Oklahoma. So I had to fly out to Oklahoma for a few days for the funeral and to see family and stuff like that. And I messaged her. I'm like, hey, I know that I know that we only get like 1 freebie day. I already used mine because when I missed class because I was sick, I messaged her and say, hey, I'm not gonna be in class, and because I try to always do that. I know a lot of times the professors don't really care if you're gonna message them or not, but to me it's a respectful thing to say, hey, I'm not gonna be in class for this reason. I messaged her and say, hey, I know blah blah blah. I've already used my 1 day, but my grandmother just died. I have to go up to the funeral. I'm going to be gone all week. Is there any possibility that I can get this one wave 2, or just like make it up, like come in 1 day and make up the test and make up because the little quiz we had to do and make up the little thing we had to do for attendance. And she said, no, you get 1 free day. I said, I recognize that, but I used that 1 free day because I was sick and I didn't want to get everyone else sick. And she's like, well, you should have planned better. I already had a lot of disrespect for that professor because of the fact that I had a lot of disrespect for a lot of the professors at that particular school. Not all of them. A lot of them were fucking amazing. My bio teacher, my bio introductory bio and then bio 2 or whatever the fuck they called it, professor was amazing. I loved him. I would email him sometimes, like even after I had done taking both those classes, I'd email him sometimes to ask him questions, and if he didn't know the answer, he would hook me up with like a fucking professional doing research in the field to get me the answer. He was amazing. I loved him. And then a lot of them were just shit, and I don't know how much of it was from COVID times had caused people to get so used to just using these pre-recorded classes and not having to put in work and blah 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 and got them lazy, and how much of it was just those teachers were just shitty. But I had so many professors that it was a class that I was paying to go to and learn from the professor, and the class amounted to
So what will it be for you?
I still need to get iron for him. The class amounted to pre-recorded videos, like my evolutionary biology teacher. Everything she taught was a pre-recorded video, and I knew that it was a pre-recorded video because from like the start of COVID lockdown and stuff like that, because some of them like had like we're talking about this new COVID epidemic that just is coming out and blah blah blah, and as we're all aware, and talk about it as if it was a brand new thing, and a bunch of them were like that or referencing stuff that's happening right now, and it was stuff that happened, years ago, because my evolutionary bio class I took in 2023. And a lot of the other ones had classes like that, or just weren't teaching, and if you ask them questions, I had one professor, my neuroanatomy teacher, I hated her, wrote a nastygram to everyone because a lot of people were asking questions about the video that she had posted that had been recorded years before. A lot of people were asking questions about it because something wasn't clear, and she wrote a nastygram to everyone. I don't need 1,000 emails from everybody asking the same question, blah, blah, blah. I'll get to it. It's like, we're not all communicating with each other. This wasn't in class. You made a shitty video. You had been using this video for years, so you should have realized at this point that it's shitty and hard to understand, and we all had the same exact question. That's not us being unreasonable. That's you being bad. And it would have been one thing if it was just a email that didn't come off as aggressive of, I recognize you're all having this, I'll release a statement, blah, blah, having this issue and understanding this, I'll release a statement. It was like an angry email telling us to stop fucking asking so many questions. And I had a few professors that were like that. What did that conversation start with? Why was I talking about that? Oh yeah, no, just because my entomology teacher did not give 2 fucks and said, plan better when I was talking about the fact that my grandmother just died. Like, I'm feeling me and my grandmother are really close. I used to call her every day. I would go for a walk every day. I'd walk my dogs every day and at the park, and it was like an hour-long walk, and during that walk, I would call her and talk to her for an hour and ask her questions about gardening and stuff because she worked at a nursery her entire life, and just have a conversation. So I was a little bit upset, and her solution was, we should have planned better. Fuck her.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's the best kind of professor that expects you to know everything already. Yeah, no, it was. I truly want to know how much of the professors having that mentality came from COVID times and them just being like,
So what will it be for you?
being able to be really lax and no one giving a shit what they were doing, and how much of it came, and then like everyone's kind of like, okay, this is a new situation for everyone, and how much of it came from them just being probably shitty in general. Yeah, it was basically I should have planned my grandmother dying better. I should have scheduled it at a more convenient time for class.
What can I do for you?
Exactly. And one of the things I did not like about that professor, well, I forgot to mention this. One of the things lately between a lot of skeletons, I've killed so many of them. One of the things I did not like about that professor at all was this was a 4-hour class once a week. Now, admittedly, one of the reasons I picked that class, with that specific time block, one, I like insects, and I thought I was going to learn about insect physiology. It wasn't. It was about how to recognize and basically it's insect taxonomy more than anything. So that was
Right away.
already a frustrating thing for me because it wasn't at all the class I thought it was going to be. But the other thing I really disliked about this professor was I was paying for a class. Technically, the GI Bill was paying for a class, but either way, I picked a class. That class was a 4 or 5 credit hour class. It was 4 hours a week, 1 day a week, but it was 4 hours a week. And I think that would make it the 4 credit hour class. Yeah. And more often than not, the class ended after 2 hours. And the first hour and a half was the class participation thing. The class participation thing was essentially we had to read an article, and then we'd be divided into like teams. We were divided into teams at like the beginning of the class. We had to read an article, and then one of the teams would have already read the article and would have prepared a presentation about the article, and they would present the article, like a scientific article, talk about it, and then we would ask questions and we would discuss it. And that would go on for an hour, hour and a half. She would teach for at most 30 minutes on any given class time, and then class would be over. So, like, sometimes it was like, oh, yeah, class is only 2 hours this week. That's awesome. Everything else is online and asynchronous and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah. The other part of it was, I'm here to be taught things by you. And the teaching she would do would just be a shitty PowerPoint, where she wouldn't really go into any depth about anything. It was such a frustrating fucking experience. Yeah, no, it pissed me off. Like, there's a lot about, like, having the professors that I did. Because I've always been really into education and always wanted to learn a lot and still want to get my biology degree, finish it off. But one, at the same time that my grandma died, I had found out that within a week, the week before my grandma died, my girlfriend at the time broke up with me, so I was already in a really bad place. And before my girlfriend broke up with me, I hadn't talked to her about it yet because I wanted to wait till it was in person. I had found out that I had very chronically high blood pressure. Like, my blood pressure was 170 over the 100 or something like that, and it was really bad, and I was like kind of freaking out about that. And then she breaks up with me, and then my grandma dies from a heart attack. So I'm in a really bad place, and my doctor and my psychiatrist, because at the time I was taking like 18 credit hours a semester. I was really overloading myself. And my doctor and my psychiatrist and my therapist all agreed that maybe I needed to take some time off and dial back. So that's why, like, I stopped. I said I'm taking the next semester off. And I'm going to recover a little bit. But another big part of it that just, like, is making it hard for me to get back is the educational experience at the very least at that school, and just with the mentality the professors had and stuff, was so fucking disheartening. Like, they did not give a shit. Very few of them gave a shit about actually teaching, and most of them it was like, I'm coming in, I am giving you this PowerPoint presentation, I'm not explaining shit, and then I'm leaving, and I'm going to get mad at you if you ask too many questions because I want to leave. I had a few that were really, really good. My chemistry teacher, my Chem 1 teacher, fucking loved him. He was amazing. My Bio 1 and 2 teacher, fucking loved him. He was amazing. My physics teacher, even though I wasn't really good at physics, because math is not my strong suit, even though I kind of sucked at physics, I really appreciated my physics teacher because he gave a shit about teaching, to the point where he pulled me aside one day because he knew I was the one that I sat in the front. I sat in the very front, and I was always asking questions, and I'd whatever, and I'd always be there early. And when he showed up early, like, me and him would chat a little bit. So he pulled me aside one day because he had just retired from doing high energy particle research, and teaching was his retirement job. So we were the first class he taught. So he pulled me aside and straight up asked me, like, hey, can you, like, as this is going on, can you, like, help me figure this out? Can you give me, like, if you see me doing something bad, if you see me failing some way as a teacher, can you give me, like, tell me how I can do better? And I respected the fuck out of that. So even though, like, I wasn't good at the class, and I kind of, like, it gave me a lot of anxiety because I sucked at the fucking class, I really appreciated him as a teacher. And he actually, I know for a fact that he curved my grades particularly hard.
What's it today, then?
Because why is that the request that's holding you up? 1 out of 9 gray brick.
Good to see you.
That he got
good to see you.
It's gray brick extra. Yeah. Okay. He curved my grades particularly hard because the curve, like, I had either a low C or a high D in that class. Physics was not my strong suit. I could not figure it the fuck out. Yeah, these are the wrong ones I need to toss. I could not figure it the fuck out to save my life. I ended the class with are these, where my gray brick? Hold on. I ended the class with, like, a high B, and everyone else did not get a curve that was that heavy. And I think it was, like, because we had a group meet, and I think it was just 100% one. I always asked questions in his class. I was clearly always paying attention in his class. And, like, I showed him that respect, so he gave me a huge fucking curve. I will admit, I did skip one of his classes solely, and I lied to him. Solely because it was also one where attendance mattered. Solely because, like, it was back when the PS5 was really, really hard to get a hold of. Like, you had to, like, the only reason I was able to get a hold of it at all was because I was following this guy on, I can't remember his name, I was following this guy on Twitter that had an account that was dedicated to letting you know when PS5 drops were, when they're going to be available. And I was pulling into the parking garage one day, and I saw him post on Twitter like, "Hey, a drop's happening at like this time," and it was like a few minutes away. So I shot him an email and said, hold on. I shot him an email and said, "Hey, I'm so sorry, Mr. Wayland? Wait, what? God, what was his fucking name? I'm so sorry, Mr. Whatever the fuck your name is. I just pulled into the parking garage and like my stomach is acting up really hard, and oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna have like an emergency. Like I'm not gonna be in class. I'm so sorry. Like if whatever." And he emailed me back and was like, "Oh, I understand. I'm so sorry. I hope you're feeling better, and I hope everything's okay." And like didn't count against me for attendance that day. But I got the PS5. So that was nice. It was supposed to be 2-day shipping on the PS5, and it took over a month for me to get it because they fucked up. But that's a story for a different day. I might go on a whole rant one day, like a little bit less jumpy rant, talking about my experiences with the fucking college system. I need oak. There's oak. Yeah, dude, just being fucking nice will get you somewhere. Networking has gotten me further than anything when it came to like when I was still in the military. Networking got me real far, and just being nice to people. People are more willing to crazy, right? People are more willing to help you out. Where the fuck is the pillager? God damn it. Oh, they're over there. Are more willing to help you out when you're fucking nice to them and when you're polite to them and when you're not a fucking dick. Crazy, right? The fuck are these pillagers? And what did you say, Triana? I missed a message from you. Oh, I'm of that mindset too, especially when I was working at Hardy since I was making the food. Yeah, no, if you're working in food service and you are sick, don't go into work. I remember like I worked at a gas station that served food, like it was similar to Wawa. Where like we would make the food there, and I had like some sort of stomach bug or something. I don't know what it was. I was shitting my fucking brains out, and I had to call off of work because of that. And my boss, the manager, Mark, the head manager, tried to tell me, well, like we really need someone to we need like, so if you could just kind of come in, like I know you're sick, we won't have you doing too much work, but we really need someone, you know, so it's kind of not okay that you're calling out on us because it was last minute. Like it was like last minute I just started like shitting my fucking brains out. I was not okay. And was trying to guilt trip me into coming in, and I straight up said is like I told him, I was like, listen, I am spending my entire time on the bathroom. If I came in, I would be spending the entire time on the bathroom, but in between being on the bathroom, I'd be risking getting customers sick. Is that what you want? Do you want like us to be ground zero? And I said this in like, I don't remember the exact words I said, but I was like, do you want us to be ground zero for fucking food poisoning outbreak because you didn't want to ask someone else to come in? Shingles, it's these ones. Shingle material, support material. Bam, I'm making a lot extra because, yeah. PS5 required, mission accomplished, plus 5 stars, outstanding patriotism. Exactly, you get it. And like you'd plan your grandma dying, the lack of empathy with people. Yeah, no, it was. Some people just don't have any, and there's a part of it that I get to an extent. Not the grandma dying thing, but like the way some professors are kind of callous and less likely to, forgive bullshit and work with you, because they're a lot of times they are dealing with 18-year-olds stressed out straight out of high school, a lot of times that are spoiled and have like, parents that have never told them no kind of thing, that are going to whine and complain about every little thing and make excuses and blah 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 and lie. I was 28, had served 6 years in the fucking military. One, knew how to write an email, knew how to talk to people. So when they would get like that with me, of being very kind of dickish and callous or very ununderstanding, I knew how to write an email back to them and one, subtly threaten them, like with the I can go to the fucking dean, I can go to this person and be very professional. And I had a few times where like I had twice. I had two separate times where I ended up writing the dean of the department and say, listen, this is not okay. I asked a very simple question. I gave a very simple request or blah, blah, blah. And it is 100% the professor's right to say no to that. It's 100% okay that if they're not going to give me that concession, I think professors should be a little bit more understanding of specific situations and blah, 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 or et cetera, et cetera. But their reaction, the way they spoke to me is incredibly unprofessional. And it is not okay. And at one point, one of the like vice dean or the assistant dean or whatever of the biology department straight up told me that I should seek, basically said I should seek mental health counseling, because, and that I should try to get like uh a whatever it is, like the exception that you get, like if you have a mental health issue, the Americans with Disabilities Act and stuff like that, like schools are required to give you some accommodations and kind of thing. Because I mentioned, like, listen, I recognize that, sometimes I see like people being more aggressive, or I interpret people as being more aggressive than they are because of this or this or this. But this person, these things that this person said in this email that I have CC'd you on are 100% unprofessional, like by any means, I've shown them to a few friends of mine. They all agree that the way this person is talking to me is not okay. And part of their response to that was, one, well, they're free to do whatever they want. And two, maybe you should seek mental health treatment and et cetera, et cetera. And immediately after that, I messaged the dean and I said, this, implying this is not fucking okay. I'm not a litigious person, but I swear to God, if I have to sue the shit out of the school to get someone to actually solve these issues and prevent people from behaving like this to students, I will.
I'll take care of it.
And then all of a sudden, I started getting apologies and shit, and concessions were made. Yeah, you do whatever the fuck you want. Lazy bitch, just because your relative died. I do not. What was it I needed? I wasn't even paying attention. I was busy bitching about teachers. I might go on more because this has been so unstructured. I would not want to edit this into a video, but I might go on a different rant just about some of my school experiences in the future. They're right. Maybe you could arrange them to walk the plank. I mean, we don't really do walking the plank anymore. And I don't think I could issue a military punishment to someone who wasn't in the military. Oh, shit! How fucking many was that? Holy shit, dude! Fuck, god damn, why is it not giving alerts? Why is it not alerting? It's not alerting. I'm so sorry, you deserve the alert. What the fuck happened to my alert box? My alert box is on. There you go. I don't know what the hell happened there. I'll need to fix that. But holy shit, dude, thank you, man. That's fucking amazing. Oh, Two Bros got a sub. Castroth got a sub. Oh, hey, Castroth, how you been? It's been a minute. That's fucking... dude, thank you. That's awesome. I feel bad that I don't have a sub goal right now, because the sub goal was me doing the pepper spray video, and I already reached the thing to do the pepper spray video. And I just need to... And in case like you didn't see, because it didn't pop up the announcement, Safety Doggo just gifted 5 tier 3 subs out. That's fucking awesome. That's, yeah. Hell yeah. That threw me off. No, I need to set a new sub goal or something. Yeah. Fuck. And I need to set more rewards for people being subbed in like the Discord server and shit, and get more emojis done. You know what I'll do? I'll take the money from that to commission my artist to get more emotes and shit. My artist friend to make more emotes for the channel. But thank you. Holy shit. What was I talking about? I do need to get new sub goals set up, because like the pepper spray one right now, the pepper spray video is just waiting. In case you're not aware, if it's anyone that's new to the channel, I don't know if you were ever around for this part, Captain Gastroth, if I've ever mentioned it. I posted a video a long time ago talking about how I'm immune to pepper spray. I found that out when I was going through security forces training, and I set a YouTube/sub goal on Twitch, and I hit the YouTube one for if I reached that goal, I would do a video of me getting pepper sprayed. And what it was originally going to do was it was just going to be me and my friends were going to pepper spray each other and then do a Red Man course with LARP gear. But thank God, one of my buddies said, "Hey, you should look into making sure that this is legal," because I found out that in my state, unleashing pepper spray for any reason that is not self-defense is a crime. It is a felony. So, and it's not like, oh, maliciously. Like if you sprayed pepper spray just into the air, not at anyone, and it wasn't for self-defense purposes, then you have committed a felony. So I'm not going to do that and record it and then post it to just be posting prosecution's evidence A or whatever the fuck, exhibit A. So I am still going to try to do the video, but that video is I'm going to try to find a security firm nearby that does like security training stuff to get it done in an official and legal capacity, because they have like exemptions for it, and one that will let me record it and stuff. If not, then I might just I don't know if that's I'll either drive down to North Carolina or drive up to visit my family, and while I'm there, I'll do it. Because I don't think they have the same laws. I will find a place that doesn't have those laws and do it there. I'm not in Florida anymore. I lived in Florida years ago. I was stationed down in Florida, but I'm not in Florida anymore. No, I'm in Virginia. I live in Virginia now. Yeah. I need to get cobblestone slabs. But dude, fucking thank you. The original one, not the DLC. I've never heard of West Virginia referred to as a DLC, but okay. I love it. But yeah, man, that's fucking awesome. I need to set up more rewards for being subbed and sub levels. The big reward is just fucking thank you. That's the most I can say. The one thing it does offer is in the Discord. It allows you to use the looking for group channels, which are the channels that allow you to make your own custom voice chat. Working on a passion project. I'll stick around, but I might not be around in chat much right now. Yeah, but rewards be damned. I'm just happy to be here. I fucking appreciate it, man. Thank you. That was amazing. That was really cool of you. And I will have to add stuff for that. And then actually I'm gonna VIP you real quick because fuck yeah. Give me a second. You're a fucking VIP now. I almost hit the ban button. That would have been fucking wild. That would have been such a dick move if I banned you. Hold on. That work? Yeah, there you go. Fuck yeah. But yeah, good luck on your project. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I might hop over to Repo here soon. I need to see, has Randy replied yet? 8-9 yesterday, so like, okay. Well, then I might hop onto Repo and do my solo run and continue my solo run. I was doing pretty fucking well in that solo run. Oh yes. I want to drop off the right ones at the warehouse. I want to at least get a few more things set up here. Drop off the right ones at the warehouse. Getting rid of all that shit. Yeah, these are the extra ones that are correct. Those ones that are correct. 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 These ones are all bad. Because there's nothing that requires the spruce brink as a support for that style shingle. Things are doing good. Things are doing good. I am like 260-ish watch hours away from getting ad rev monetization on YouTube, so I'm fucking excited about that. It's about to happen. That's gonna be awesome. And like legitimately, like that can happen within the next 2 weeks, depending on how the videos we have set to go out go. Because we will have tomorrow will be the Dollmare finale video. And then we have a Fallout video that'll be getting done soon. A Cabin Factory video. I need to finish editing. Okay, you're set. I need to finish editing the one of the other videos. So we have at least 4 or 5 videos that will be going on in the next 2 weeks. So hopefully that'll get me those watch hours pretty easily. The Let's Play videos are kind of, they don't do as well for me. But so far, like the Let's Play videos have been horror games, which just don't do well. YouTube is not a fan of that because advertisers don't like it apparently, so they don't promote them as much. They don't like shadow ban them, but they do not promote them as much. And then the Fallout 4 ones, which people like Fallout 4, but it's not really a hot button thing. So maybe eventually I'll start doing Let's Plays for games that are more popular right now. That'll help, but the rant videos do well, the storytelling and those ones do well, so yeah. Hopefully that'll get me there within like the next week or two, and then I'll start getting ad rev, and that means I'll be able to start, sharing ad rev with the guy that helps me edit the Let's Plays. And then hopefully, like, potentially, depending on how my ad rev is looking, hire like another freelancer to edit more. Because my goal on YouTube, in terms of like how often I want to put out content, is I want there to be something from me every day. So I stream 4 days a week. So I want at least a long form something from me every day of the week. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, but I'll probably be streaming tomorrow because Des works tomorrow but doesn't work on Sunday. So we're gonna have like a date day on Sunday, and I'll stream tomorrow while she's working. But it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday are my normal stream days. So I want Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday to have a long form piece of content coming out for me. I also tend to post my rant videos and my storytelling videos on Sunday because that just, for some reason, that's the day that they do better. When I tried posting them on Saturdays, they didn't do well. So I'll have that. So I want like a Let's Play type thing. Either a Let's Play or like maybe not a storytelling thing, but like some other sort of thing coming out Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and then like the storytelling stuff will still come out on Sundays unless I end up finding a time that works better for it. So 4 videos a week is the goal. So depending on how the ad rev is going, how the ad rev goes, I might be able to like hire someone as a freelancer. Hey, like, can you do 1 video a week? Can you edit one of these like Let's Play videos a week? And you'll get like you'll get a portion of the ad rev from it, kind of thing. Horror games these days only have a few folks I watch for horror, but they're easy style. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like creepypasta stuff doesn't get the like as good of ad rev. From what I've seen and what I've been told, like creepypasta videos and horror-themed videos tend to not get good ad rev. Because for the most part, it seems like a lot of advertisers don't want to advertise as much, or at least pay as much for advertisements on horror videos and stuff like that. So the stuff that has like a horror theming to it, they don't shadow ban it. They don't like choke it in the same way where no one's going to see it. Because I've had that happen with shorts and stuff sometimes, where if there's something weird in the title or the description, they're like, oh, this. And once I remove that, like all of a sudden it starts blowing up. But they don't promote it nearly as much. And like people don't realize that as much, I think, because like you'll have Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and all those guys, and they will post horror gaming stuff all the time. But they're also, and their videos will do very well, but they're also massive channels that their videos were always going to do well. So the amount of like just immediate push that it gets from having all the subscribers watching their video overcomes the fact that YouTube isn't pushing it. Horror theme and alternative companies. Yeah, well, it's just a matter of what I can't speak for it because I don't know, but I have a feeling that in general, YouTube isn't turning away specific advertisers. There's probably specific advertisers that they do turn away. But I have a feeling that in general, they're not turning away specific advertisers. It's just the advertisers have to be able to pay a certain amount and have to be willing to pay a certain amount. And then, like, there's a baseline. Like, hold on, I can go. Well, I'm not. Let's see. I'll look it up later. I had like a thing somewhere that explained like how the advertising stuff works, but advertisers have to be able to be willing to pay at least a certain amount, and then if they want more targeted ads and they want this and they want more push, they have to be willing to pay more and blah blah blah. So some advertisers like just might not be willing to pay those certain advertising rates or pay as much on those certain advertising rates, because it might not be financially worth it for them. I don't know. I'm not an accountant. I'm not an economist. I'm none of that. If I don't get a Lockheed Martin advertising for my daily cute cat videos, is the internet even worth using? One of the weird things I've heard, because like ad rev, I think hovers between $1 to $20 some per 1,000 views. And apparently, and it's like the specific rate that you get is based on like the type of content your channel puts out. So they tailor it to that because that's how they target their ads. But apparently, financial YouTube, like financial advice YouTube, finance YouTube, is the one that tends to get the really, really high advertising rate. Which is one of the reasons why you get a lot of financial YouTubers out there fucking giving mid to bad financial advice, because it's going to get a lot of views and they're going to get a really high ad rate. So it's one of those things where like I can't blame YouTube for it, really. It would be awesome if they found more advertisers that were willing to work, that were willing to pay a significant amount for the horror community ads. But like I can't blame them for being like, listen, we're not going to. There's only X number of time in the day that people are going to be able to spend online. So they don't want to promote the content that's not going to make them as much money. They're not chokeholding it. They're not, because they still do get advertisers for it. They just don't push it as hard. You can't. I can't. You can't. Yeah, I mean, I could. I just choose not to. But you're more than welcome to. I tend to be very like. I don't even know the proper way to describe my beliefs when it comes to like how I think about the way businesses act and stuff like that, because it's very much, I believe they have that businesses have like moral and ethical things that they should be obligated to follow, but also like I don't always think they should be compelled for certain things, because it's like, listen, if it's not along those moral ethical, if it's not something that's within those moral ethical lines that I believe they should be compelled to follow, then ultimately it's their call whether or not they want to. Because, and here's one of the big things too. You'll get so many people, and I'm not judging people for this, because I again, it's, you know, it's the world we live in. It's we're kind of in a pigeonhole with it. You'll get so many people like incredibly shit talking like Amazon and Walmart and all these big companies, and saying everything they're doing is unethical and they're awful people and they're horrible and they should be held accountable and blah, blah, blah. But then still buy stuff off Amazon and Walmart and all these big companies. But at the very least in America, the biggest power we have, if we don't like the way a company is acting, if we don't like the behavior a company is exhibiting, if we stop buying there, they'll either change or go out of business. Yeah. Exactly. Vote of the wallet. So like I that's kind of like where I kind of go in that, like when it's an ethical thing, like should companies be allowed to do whatever the fuck they want all the time forever? God, no. Because then you'll get them, poisoning people and committing crimes and blah, 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 and all this different shit. Like, I don't think that we should not live in a buyer beware world. It should be a seller beware world. Like, the company should have obligations to tell the truth and blah, 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 and not lie and not misrepresent the truth. And follow the law and be held accountable when they don't. But if it comes down to like business practices that are legal and just like, maybe not moral, like maybe they're treating people shittily, but like they're not committing a crime, and it's like I won't shop there, I guess. I'll try to whatever. Rule of thumb, I don't trust anything that's advertised sponsored on YouTube, but I also don't hold the creator against them. We all need to get our cash somehow. Case in point, Honey and established titles. Here's my thing. This is a complex conversation to have, and I might do a rant about it one day. One of the things I'm actually, because I want to figure out stuff that I can put on YouTube for YouTube memberships. One of the things I'm thinking about putting on, like, for YouTube membership perks is the rants I go on that aren't, like, done in a structured and good way to make it into a video that I would really want out, or that maybe just won't hit the algorithm in a way, so I don't want to, like, publish it public. I'll because I have a bunch of those already recorded. I'll just post as a members only video because the algorithm doesn't matter with those. And if you want to watch it, you can watch it just as extra stuff to give members. Having company doing what they want, hell no, because we are going to get more Nestle. Can't get memberships here in the Isle of Man. I also have a Patreon that I have not actually used in over a year. I don't have any patrons on it, and I just kind of forgot to upload there. I need to get better about that. But also, it's like I'm thinking about just maybe turning off the Patreon. Loads of places think we don't exist. To be fair, Isle of Man sounds like something out of like a fucking cartoon or something. That's the Isle of Man. It was a year till we could go get Pokemon Go legit. That sucks. But where was I going with that? Here's where I will hold, and this is kind of like how I look at almost politics, and I'm not going to go into that because I don't discuss politics publicly or in general. But here's where I'll kind of go with that. Vaguely. And also when it comes to the concept of separating the art from the artist. There are levels of bad, and there are levels of shady, and there are levels of immoral. There are degrees of immorality, and there are degrees of wrong. If there is a company that's doing something that, I don't like this, but it doesn't cross your moral boundary of they're evil, they're really bad, they are bad people and they need to be punished, then to me it is okay. Like if you use them or whatnot, if you just don't like them, you think they're not great, but if you use them or accept advertising from them, then that's fine. If it is someone that is like downright evil and you are still buying from them and you are still using them or you are still advertising for them and they are doing evil things, you are complicit. Because it's the same thing I've talked about, like an issue I'll be very vague about it. An issue I had with a former friend of mine that was doing some really fucked up shit, both to other people and to me. And there were a lot of people that said, oh, I'm going to stay out of this. It's not my problem. I'm going to stay out of this. To me, the issue in that situation with the mentality of I'm going to stay out of this, I'm not going to participate, I'm going to be entirely neutral, is in those instances, neutrality empowers the person that is doing wrong. neutrality empowers that person because now they are seeing there is no punishment for my actions. There are no repercussions for the things that I'm doing, so I'm going to keep doing them. So if it's like, I morally disagree with this thing, but like it's not a bad issue, it's not a major issue, and you want to continue supporting a company, then yeah, it's fine. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. But if it's like they're doing something, like if there was a company that was like, yeah, we make really great beauty products, and they're amazing, but we do it by murdering puppies and grinding up thousands of puppies a day, and very painfully, and that's the product. Or even if that wasn't the product, if it's like, yeah, but we also do this, we use some of the money so that we can kill 1,000 puppies a day, and you are using that product, you are advertising for that product, or any of that, then you are complicit in that because now you are supporting the doing of that horrible thing. So it's very nuanced. People really want to make things black and white, and the world is not black and white. The world is nuanced because I can disagree with something on a moral or ethical or just like personal level, but not look at that thing as evil. It's just not the way that I prefer to act and I believe people should act, but that doesn't mean that that thing is evil. But there are things that I will disagree with that are just outright, to me, evil or bad, and then that become that it's a whole. It's complicated. It's nuanced. The leopards might wait. Fantasy novel as well as or a RPG. What was that in reference to? And then the leopards might eat those people's faces because they didn't stop the person. Hold on. Name the god of bad weather. One of the benefits of Isle Man, no speed limit out of town, but you do a lap pretty quickly. Menanin is a kind of god. He blanketed the island with thick fog to keep intruders out. No speed limit on the back roads. Cause of the TT races. Learning things about the Isle of Man. Neat. Why did I have... Oh, that's because I cut down all those trees. Have you gotten any more iron for me? Please, for the love of God, say you got iron for me. Fuck. Hold on. I accidentally just turned on an extra mini map, and I don't know what I did to do that. Hold on. Oh god, I hate that. Controls, keybinds, mini map. Control minus. Yeah, I got rid of that one. I don't even know how I pressed control minus. Does it actually become that on International Women's Day? That's kind of cool. Dude, do not worry about going on too much. That is what chat is for. Chat is for ranting, and very clearly I do it too. You are more than welcome to go on whatever rant that you want to. Well, no. You are more than welcome to talk about a thing that you are interested in, as long as it's not fucked up.
What's it today, then?
If you have not gotten me any more iron, you suck. And I don't have diamond to give you. Chat is for yapping. It's our Twitch given right. Our town names change for the day too, like Douglas becomes Debbie. That's your entire island is leaning into the joke. I love it. Oh yeah, I need to toss this one. I'm gonna go through here real quick. Compost hut was upgraded to level. Okay, what are my people doing? What are my builders doing right now? That's the big thing I need to check. Once I got this checked, I think I'm gonna switch over to repo and start working on the solo run a little bit. You are still building the composter's hut level 2, but that is almost done. Oh, that's right. I wanted to set up the shepherd's hut. That's one of the things I wanted to set up to be built is the shepherd's hut. And then I could lead some sheep into that later. Because I use so much fucking wool. The reason I spelled man is so folks might realize it's a shortened down name rather than the gender. Wait, what is it? What is the full name of it then? Is it not Isle of Man? Is it something else? Okay. Wrong one. Damn it. Husbandry, shepherd's hut. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I need a... Press like level 1. What? Shepherd's hut. Level 5. That way it'll be nice and big. Oh, there it is. Hello. Hey, what's up, Repexer? Mananin? I spelled man, so sup. Okay, do. It's just gonna barely fucking lean into this chunk that I don't have. God damn it. And I would like them to be aligned if possible because OCD. So, okay. That means I'm going to have to set this to upgrade to... What the fuck are you doing? I'm going to have to set this to upgrade. I don't need anything special to do that, so that's fine. Niklas, you can start that. Actually, what is my warehouse looking right now? Because I just had it upgraded to level 4. All the extra stuff's probably up here. Yeah, it's a lot cooler now. I forgot that I did that. Okay, that's good. And then you know what? I'm gonna have the restaurant upgraded really quick. Because what I want to do is get the mechanics thing so I can start upgrading shit to level 3, like walls. But no. Bam. Build option. Nothing special needed for that. So, that's your next thing. Bam. Okay, look at chat. Hey, what's up, Staley? And I need to do your little drinky drink repexer. Give me a second. I'll go do that. If it loads so that I can accept it. I need to just like I've been saying this. I need to just have my tablet here with Stream Manager open. Okay, there's the water. I might have to accept it later. Whataburger and White Castle are the only fast food restaurants that start with a W. Wawa's not really a fast food place. Wendy's, Staley, get your shit together. Fucking lying to my chat.
This is not what was promised to me. This housing stinks.
Okay, it's not letting me open that, so I'll have to accept that later. God damn it, Staley. We fell for it, chat. We fell for it. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna start working on my we all got I'm gonna try to continue my let me check with I'm gonna continue my solo run of repo to see how far I can get. I got that all set up. That's good. It's repo time. I managed to, I think I'm on level 4 solo, and I managed to get like most of the items every day except for that one day. The last day we had a lot of really big shit, so I wasn't able to get all of it at the end. But I got a lot of upgrades, so I'm fucking killing it right now. Repo on the desktop. What the fuck? Is that a reference I'm not getting? Am I just dumb? Tempting to try solo Power World? I mean, I think you could get pretty far in Power World solo. I mean, I had the Power World server up, and like I basically played solo. Like, people are on there, but you know, we're not helping each other. Okay, was this? Yeah, this one's me. How dare you? How dare you stay? I clipped it. I clipped it. That's going to be a clip. It's going to be a short at some point whenever I get back to editing my shorts regularly again. I used to do 3 fucking shorts a day, and now like I'm doing 1 short a week. Gotta go for an hour. Have fun, Staley. Appreciate you coming out and fucking with us for a minute there. Where's my sword? There you are. I am debating. I'm legitimately debating. And I don't know if I want to do it, but I might. Once I get ad rev on YouTube, starting like competitions, like once a month competition of make a short from my make a short. I'll upload it. I'll pick like the top 5. I'll upload them. And the top 5 will get the ad rev for the like first month or the first week or the first whatever for the short kind of thing, just to see the type of shit that, because there's a lot of shit that I don't even notice that I do that people call me out on, like you just said this stupid thing, but like funny, not dicks. I was like, encourage people to make clips out of it. Hey, what's up, Shinny? How you doing, man? I've been meaning to get back into WoW, and I've been meaning to hit you up and be like, hey, we should start characters together, and I keep not. Yeah, I got a lot of upgrades. I'm good. Yeah, even at my best, even at my most fit, 20 pull-ups was getting to the edge of what I could comfortably do. I think the most I ever did in a row was 23, and I did it for a bet. But an hour ago for my trip to Baltimore. How's Baltimore, man? Oh, shit, there's someone there. Well, there goes my really good solo run. I was trying to shoot it with the trank gun and I fucked up. Did I not heal myself? Okay. I forgot to turn recording back on. Went well. There to see Visions of Atlantis, Arena Trail. That's awesome, man. It's been a while since I've gone to a concert, but I have the Killswitch Engage concert coming up soon in May. I'm super fucking excited for. And then I have Papa Roach sometime in fall. I can't remember when. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Yeah, that was really fucking quick. Ugh. Come here, welcome. You never been to a concert? I had never been to a real, actual concert until, like, 2021, I think. I saw the Who. The HU Who. They were my first actual concert ever, and after that I started actually looking for more and more concerts to go to and stuff. I still haven't been to a lot of them, just because I don't keep track of them well enough to know when they're going to be there and at what time and blah, blah, blah. But I still check every once in a while, like, oh, yeah, this one's coming up. I've missed a lot that, like, I found out after the fact that, oh my god, they were nearby and I didn't go to see them. I was pissed off. The furthest I've ever driven to go to a concert, or it was more as a ritual, it wasn't a concert, it was a performance, I guess, or whatever you want to refer to it, was the High Lung. I went to see High Lung and I drove like 5 hours to see him. Back to my project before my ADHD kicks in, thinks it's not a school assignment, though. That's, hey man, get to it, man. Crush it. Not seen live band since 2009 Bloodstock. I would fucking love to see Ghost. I would love to see Ghost. I love Ghost, and then they just seem like they put on a hell of a show. Thank you again, Safety. What is up with my alerts? Hold on, I'm gonna... Give me a sec, I'm gonna see if I can fix that. Why are my alerts not alerting? Why the fuck are my alerts not alerting? Turn this one off. I'm actually just going to delete that. Let's delete this one. And I'm going to add another one. Alert box. Bam. Add a new source. Alert box new. Add source. It's there. Is there a way I can test it? Hold on. Okay. And then I know there's a way I can send like a test alert. Alerts. Then test alert. Let's see if this does it. It's not working. Try this. Their first live band was Wheatus. I remember Wheatus. I never saw him, but I remember him. If you're here in North America and can afford it, Sonata Arctica is playing Prog Power in Atlanta. My first live band. I remember the first show I went to was Slipknot with Cypress Hill. I almost went to a Slipknot concert down in Florida, and I ended up PCSing and had to go to training between commands before they were there. I would have loved to seen fucking Slipknot. And I guess they're still performing, so I still can. I'm trying to fix this alert thing because I feel bad that they're not appearing. Okay. And now? That's that, but it's not appearing there. Okay. Maybe let's see if this works now. I realized there was an update not too long ago, and that might be why it stopped working, so hold on. Try this. It's still not working. I'm going to fix this later. I have no idea what's going on right now. I feel like this is going to be a more complex issue than I need it to be. I'm going to fix this later so I can actually get back to the stream. Scrappia for the win. There's only 3 artists I would go out of my way to see. And I think Emil Autumn stopped making music. I got to finally see last year. Or was it this year? It might have been earlier this. When did the Chili's come to town? It was last year. It was oh my god, it was last year. It was a while ago. My favorite band of all time is Red Hot Chili Peppers. Fucking love them. And I finally got to see them live last year, and I didn't even have to go out of my way. They were just here. They were like 30 minutes away, not even 30 minutes away. And I was fucking psyched. I was so happy. I spent like $200 on merch. I got a shirt. It's the first time I actually bought a vinyl album. Did I get a hoodie? I don't think I got their hoodie. It was like the first time I ever bought a vinyl album, because I'm not like a musical purist. I enjoy music, but I'm not so like informed in music. I'm not so like, I don't have such an ear for it that the difference between vinyl and digital is going to mean anything to me. But just for the sake of memorabilia, I bought their album in vinyl. And there's like very few bands that I would care to do that. I want to get a High Lung one because I love High Lung. That was like a spiritual experience for me. Yeah. No, I was fucking psyched. Oh, so I played the Headliners last night with my brother, and some randos had a lot of fun, including almost dying right by the helicopter, but the helmet saved me, and I was the only survivor. Nice. I love vinyl records. For me, vinyl records are more about the merch part for me. Like, it's more about the memorabilia aspect for me, and not the listening to the vinyl record kind of thing. Because again, like, I don't have a vinyl, I don't have a record player, and I don't have such an ear for it that I would be able to tell the difference. Really, I think between vinyl versus versus digital or any other medium. This is a knife that Dez got me a while ago, and I love it. I don't use it for much because it's really big, but it's good for cutting oranges. But I have almost sliced my finger open with it before, cutting an orange, because it's fairly sharp, and it just kind of cut through the orange faster than I wanted it to. I had a few vinyls. Oh wait, hold on. And the last one was Judas Priest, and the almost went more for the first part of that was Sabaton. I had a few vinyls as a teenager. The one I was proudest of was the 12-inch Etched November Rain one by Guns N' Roses. That's pretty cool. It's always weird to me because I haven't been to a fuck ton of concerts, but I've been to a few now. A few now to notice some of the differences, and it's always interesting to me the difference between like the concerts where where it's just like them playing music live, and the ones that put on a whole fucking show. Because I saw Rob Zombie, and it was Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper. And one, I love Rob Zombie. I love his music. Wasn't the greatest live, but put on a hell of a show. And Alice Cooper put on a fucking hell of a show. In this moment, put on a show. I saw Killswitch Engaged, but it was a smaller venue, and they didn't really put on a show in the same way because it's a smaller venue, and they couldn't as much. But Jesse Leach did demand that we start a mosh pit, and I got in the mosh pit and got the shit kicked out of me. It was great. I loved it. I had a few vinyls with teenagers. The one was November Rain. Most of mine, I do love Guns N' Roses. Most of mine were ones my mom handed me down. I need to follow up with you about the High Lung vinyl I have run game. Oh. I'm going to wait for his ad break to end. Cradle of Filth. I fucking love Cradle of Filth. And I thought it was fucking hilarious when I learned that Danny Filth was like 5'5". Yeah, he's 5'5". I had a buddy tell me, too, that David Draymond of Disturbed is also really short. But, because he went to a concert and got the VIP access and got to meet him and shit. But the buddy who told me that's also like 6'4", so... And yeah, let me know, Shinny. I'm still interested. I need to get like a nice little, because I have my, I bought a china cabinet, like where people put like really nice china dishware, and I use it as a bookshelf because it's really fancy and I like it. And I need to get like one for other memorabilia and stuff. I would also love to see Disturbed live. There's a lot of people I would love to see live. What I need though is I need that JoJo Siwa fucking backstage pass, be my groupie and work for me experience. I did not know Danny Field had an English accent. That is... Huh. That's interesting. My favorite song... they're Nymphetamine, right? Yeah, they're Nymphetamine. That was one of the songs I listened to non-stop. It's weird because he gives off tall energy, and so does David Draymond. How tall is David Draymond? Hold on. David Draymond is... Okay, David Draymond's 5'7", which is shorter than average. I'm 5'9", so I can't talk too much shit. But Danny Filth is 5'5", so that's short. I did not know they were English, no. I mean, okay, so... I enjoy music. I enjoy movies. I enjoy certain celebrities. I enjoy content creators. I enjoy this stuff. There's very, very few people that like I like them enough to actually know shit about them. There's very few people that I kind of get that I want to know things about them who are celebrities and things. Like Red Hot Chili Peppers, Anthony Kiedis is like one of the ones that I was like, oh, I love Anthony Kiedis. I love Red Hot Chili Peppers. I know some of his history and some of his stuff, but very, very little do I actually know. Like very, very... I'm not one of those people that really stands people so hard. I will say when Red Hot Chili Peppers got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I was fucking excited for him. You met Cradle Filth twice now? Fucking awesome. In case you didn't know, so Venom in chat is the car guy. If you talk about cars, Venom's gonna know it. So that. But Shinny is the music guy and the concert guy. So if you're going music concert stuff, it's Shinny. Oh my god. I have like a booger up here that is bothering the shit out of me. Never. I'll have to look it up. I will have to look it up. Honestly, right now I'm just kind of enjoying talking to chat, so I think I might just do that for a while if you guys don't mind. Okay, it's a UK panel about music, show about music. I have a large record collection and full record players, 3 of which I need to fix or needles or belt. You're 5'7". I mean, part of me wants to get a record player just to have it. The other part of me is like, I am running out of space in my house for stuff. And I don't want to keep adding more space. Or adding more shit. I remember the Slipknot concert, Corey Taylor, singer. I know Corey Taylor is. Apparently saw someone not looking so good because he asked the dude if he was alright. It's great. One of my favorite things with like Corey Taylor and with the rest of Slipknot, like you see the rest of Slipknot when they're at interviews and they're doing stuff, they are just fucking hooligans. They're just going wild. They're straight feral. Corey Taylor, very eloquent speaker, talks very like intelligently and very like educatedly about music and about life and about stuff. And I loved him on Larry King because he did an interview with Larry King where Larry King asked him some question about like musical inspirations and stuff like that. And like you can kind of tell at first that Larry King was like expecting him to, give some hooligan punk answer or something. And then Corey Taylor went on this rant about, different styles of classical music and jazz and this very eloquent talk about music and musical inspiration and shit like that. And like the look on Larry King's face was like, oh, I was not expecting that out of this tattooed dude in a band that's made for angry teenagers. A lot of metal bands are good at looking out for their fans. There's the thing that I like. It's the weird duality of the perception you get of people based on the way they look and the way they appear, and what causes them to look that way and act that way and choose to dress that way and behave that way and whatnot. Because a lot of metal bands, like, look at Five Finger Death Punch and look at their fucking, I can't remember what music video it was for, but they did a music video where the dude just it was their drummer was just knitting a baby sock the whole time, and we're just dicking around, and fucking like Ivan Drago. Oh god, lead singer. It's Ivan something. Ivan Moody. Ivan Drago's from fucking Rocky. Ivan Moody. Like took a year off a tour to go be in a musical in the Devil's Carnival, and a lot of them are just so goofy, and a lot of metal like bands and stuff, when you get to know them or when you hear about them and you see the backstage stuff and stuff, they're just goofy little dudes. Because a lot of people that are in metal bands, they weren't fucking in biker gangs before that. They weren't in gangs. They weren't committing crimes and shit. They were fucking nerds. They were geeks and they were outcasts. They were the weirdos. So of course they're going to keep being weirdos. And of course they're going to keep caring about people and caring about whether or not people get hurt or bullied or mistreated. Because that's what they were, bullied and mistreated and not cared for growing up. And they had those problems. So of course they're going to keep being that way. But then they have this kind of like, they put on, black clothes and dress all kind of weird and out there. But it's the same thing. Like, you get a lot of people, and I'm sure there's a few people in chat right now at the very least, Shinny, I know you can kind of relate. You get a lot of people, and especially in the media. Yeah, go ahead. Put it in like brag or something. Yeah, put it in the brag chat, Triana. But you get a lot of people, and it's especially portrayed in the media, where you'll see goths and you'll see punks and you'll see emos, and the emos are a little bit different, but you'll see like alternative styles and stuff, and they portray them as these super sad, antisocial weirdos that, only ever want to talk about Satan and darkness. And no, man, that's like, because I was alt growing up. I called myself a blue jeans emo kid because like my countercultural thing of the emo group and alternative group was I thought trip pants were fucking stupid, so I wore blue jeans but then dark shirts and long hair and all that different shit. They're just a bunch of goofy dudes. They're just a bunch of fucking weirdos. Part of the reason we tended to fall into those cliques was because we were the outcasts. We were weird. We were goofy. It wasn't because we were depressed and mopey and blah, blah. Some of them, yeah, and some people do really ham that up, especially younger ones that are trying to find, like, their identity. But a lot of it was just because we were fucking weirdos, so we started identifying with the weirdo groups and started dressing like the weirdo groups and being part of that group. But, like, ultimately, a bunch of fucking weirdos, and it's the same thing with fucking bands. You know what, metalheads have pretty good mental health considering what the music is about? Yeah, well, I mean, so that's like a legitimate thing, Kasteroth, of studies have shown that people that, and it's not, I'm not saying this as a pro-bullying standpoint, but studies have shown that people that were bullied growing up, that were part of outcast groups growing up, and not overly bullied, not pushed to the extreme, but the ones that were less popular and were bullied growing up, have better outlooks and better mental health as adults because they learned at a young, informative age how to deal with that, and how to deal with adversity, and how to deal with people not liking them, and how to deal with things not going their way. So as adults, they are more prepared for the adult world. So yeah, a lot of people that were like outcasts and metalheads and punks and emos and goths and shit, when they grow up, oftentimes will have a better mental outlook than the people that, you know, had pretty easy lives growing up, and then all of a sudden shit's not going well for them. Oh, it's a metalhead. They must be evil, angry, and satanic. Proceeds to check on their fans and being overall kind to people. Non-metalhead acts shocked. Exactly, yeah. Turns out it's healthy to get emotions out. Who knew it? Yeah. I mean, get them out in the proper way. I will say this, like, I've struggled with, and when I was in high school, I didn't. And when I was in high school, like, even when I had the urge, I never engaged in, like, self-harm because, like, I didn't want my parents to see it. But, like, there's always those urges and stuff that have been there. But, you know, for me, like, the healthy way that I got past it was working out. Like, I've had days when I was depressed and shit, and, like, and not feeling great, and feeling horrible, and blah, blah, blah. And it got worse as I got older, and especially in the military, because shit started happening. Like, I wasn't really depressed as a teenager. I wasn't anxious as a teenager. I just had bad days. And then as an adult, some shit started happening and I became depressed. But working out, like, it burned off that energy. It got that little bit of endorphin rush. It did all it solved it. So as long as you have a healthy outlet, hell yeah. Love Devil's Carnival. Yeah, Devil Carnival was great. I love it. I'm still Victorian Goth. So generally when you see me on stream, I am, like, wearing workout clothes and something like that because they're comfortable. Like, this is, I actually made this shirt, but this is one of my gym shirts. It's really comfortable. And I enjoy it. And I make less laundry that way because the shirt that I'm wearing today on stream is probably the shirt I'm going to wear tomorrow at the gym in the morning because I go to the gym first thing in the morning and then I take a shower and I switch out my clothes. So I make less laundry that way. But when I dress up, when I dress up and I try to dress nice, I tend to lean towards business goth. I was a theater kid, Venom. I was definitely a theater kid. But my goth style was business goth. Really, business goth, daddy goth, however you want to refer to it. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture. Camera, a picture of one of the times. This was when I went on a date. One of the first dates I went on with my girlfriend. Why do I not have this picture? It's literally my home screen picture. Why do I not have it? Oh, Des might have taken it. Might not be in this folder. Hold on. Oh, no, there it is. Damn. There. I just posted in wanted posters in the Discord. That was my concert wear. I wore that to the In This Moment concert. That's my, like, dressing kind of nice, but, like, not dressing up too much. I just had that last night. Clementine from Visions doesn't meet fans after the show very often because she is usually overall drained every night. By the end, I've lost my face of the show. She saw me waiting patiently outside the venue door instead of approaching her at the tour bus, and she came over to me and asked me how I was doing and what I thought of the show. That's really cool. Drawing and writing were how I dealt with things. I mean, when I joined the military, I had already started working out a lot, so working out was the way I dealt with shit. It was I still say, like, to this day, my best therapy is the gym. When I'm in a really bad place, when I'm mentally not well, if I'm having a really bad moment, I go to the gym, because it helps a lot. When I was younger, I mean, when I was in high school, the depression wasn't it wasn't depression. It was, I had times when I was depressed because of shit happening, and I didn't really have as much of an outlet other than video games. Video games were my outlet. But by the time I'd actually developed like full blown depression, and was in the military, I'd already kind of started using the gym as my outlet for times I was bad, so it became a much bigger outlet for me. Sorry, I was fix my entertainment center. Which channel do I put it in? Sorry, I did not see that. Put it in like the brag channel, I guess, or you could put it in the Bard's corner. Let me go over the Discord channels real quick for everybody, because people tend to not read the channel descriptions. I need to switch it to community page. That way I can make it better. Animal Companions is for pet picture. Guillotine is for memes. Animal Companions for pet pictures. Identifying features is for like tattoos and shit that you want to show off. Wanted posters are for selfies. Bard's Corner is for anything artistic. If you drew and all of this is if it is appropriate. The channel is a family-friendly Discord server. It is a family-friendly Discord server. I do not allow adult content on it in any way. But if you posted a poem, if you made music, if you drew something, whatever. Bounty board was for like if I'm putting out something where like I need someone to make something for me. Feast hall is posting pictures of food. If you made food and you're proud of it, post it in the Peace Hall. Petition the King is for suggesting something for me to stream, or like do to the Discord server, or blah blah blah, stuff like that. Quotes is either quotes from stream or just funny quotes from people that you're playing games with or something, or whatever, anything funny like that. Vent is for you to vent about shit going on in your life. Brag is for you to brag about things going on in your life. And rant is just for you to rant about topics that you want to rant about. Chat with the Fae was an AI thing that's not working anymore. I need to figure out how to make that work. And games to stream is to suggest games for me to stream. Who the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, they left a while ago. Yeah, so you need to go in to channel descriptions. And then react to those things. When I finally get around to updating it to a community server, I'll be able to have the splash page where you do it all from the front. But right now, since it's not a community server, because I didn't know that was a thing I could do for a while, and I just haven't gotten around to fixing it, yeah. What were we talking about? I also need to lose weight so I can pull that look off again, because in the pictures I posted, I was 170 pounds, and now I'm 200 again. And we just chatted a little bit about life. She mentioned a few things about her life outside of the musician life. And the crazier part of that is she remembered my first name and said it when she asked how I was doing. I did an embroidery of the Cheshire Cat from. That's kind of cool. A kind of a weird moment. It was a weird bit of like not horror. A weird kind of like oddly. What am I trying to say? A kind of weird starstruck moment for me was when I met Keith R.A.D. Candido at a con. Keith R.A.D. Candido is like, he writes a lot of fantasy stuff and he writes for a lot of like properties, and he wrote a book for Warcraft. He wrote one of the Warcraft books, and I read that book. It was one of the books I read a lot, to the point where like my thumbprints are at the bottom of every single page from holding it down. And I met him at a con. I went to talk to him, and I had a pretty long conversation with him, and then I went back and was doing the rest of the stuff I was doing. And I came back the next day, and as I was walking by his area again, he was like, "Hey, Zach, how you doing?" And remembered my fucking name, and like we kept talking. I was like, this is fucking awesome." And Keith R.A.D. Candido is not like a big celebrity or anything, but it was just like a really cool moment for me of like not hero worship, but being kind of starstruck at that this dude that I am a fan of remembered my fucking name, and it was awesome. Put it in the Bard's Corner. Let me check it out. Ooh, that's really cool. That's really cool. Embroidery and sewing and crochet and those type of things are ones that like really amaze me at the level of like just confidence you have to do it, and understanding and ability to know what to do, because and just any kind of drawing really, because I don't have that ability to like trust the process, I guess, and know it's going to come out looking the way I want it to look. But that looks really fucking cool. I mean, that would fucking fit on a jacket. That would 100% fit on like a leather, or like not a denim, but what's that other material? I can't think of it. That shrink it down and make it like a battle patch. Yeah, I said the Bard's Corner. Triana. Only famous people I've met were a few Minnesota Vikings like Matt Blair, who played in the 70s, and also, interesting fact, I'm related to the legendary wrestler Vern Gagne. I am not a sports guy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really watch sports except for like UFC occasionally. I am related to Elvis Presley through marriage. My family's related to Priscilla by blood, which means I'm related to Michael Jackson and Nick Cage through marriage too. No, that's kind of cool. Very distant relative, but yeah, we're related. Let me see this. Trend just posted. That is a lot of fucking records. That is a lot of records. I apparently danced with Meatloaf as a kid, according to an auntie, but so young I can't remember. That's kind of cool. I mean, Meatloaf is kind of... Funny thing that just reminded me of my my first girlfriend called her dad Meatloaf. That was her nickname for her dad, because her dad straight up looked like Meatloaf. Be surprised if some genres have on vinyl. What's the most wild thing you have on vinyl? Me? Hmm. Oh my god. Do I want to try to start another solo run, or do I want to go do something else while I wait for, like, Randy? I also need to get, like, a new nose hair trimmer. Because mine sucks. Doesn't get shit. I do not need a 10-pack of Thuja Green Giants. But thank you, though. What should I do? Should I try to do another solo run, or should I try to find something else to play until Randy's ready? If he's ready. He might not. He said he's going to spend some time with his wife before maybe popping on. I guess I could pop on. I'll pop on 76. I'll pop on 76 for a little while with Alex. Oops, I need to turn back on streamer mode. Whoops. Okay, bam. A signed copy of the Doors' first album signed by Ray Manzarek, the keyboardist, and a special edition for first Talking Heads tongue album. Bought them at a friend's pawn shop when they had it for a total $35. They go for way more. That's fucking nice. But that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear the weirdest thing you have on vinyl. The one that's like, why the fuck is that on vinyl? Or the closest thing to why the fuck is that on vinyl? I'm hopping over to some 76 for the moment while I wait for Randy to hopefully become ready for whatchamacallit. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss. Oh my god. What's up? I'm back. You have Star Trek stories on vinyl? That's kind of cool. Did you miss me, chat? Okay, see you, Castroth. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow too, unless D&D actually does happen tomorrow, which is 50-50 at this point. I'll probably end up streaming tomorrow because Dez works tomorrow, but not Sunday. So we're gonna do like a date day on Sunday, and I'll be streaming tomorrow. Way too many vinyls. I haven't played any of them except for 3, and those are because they have a bonus song available only on that format of the album. The one, and no one has ripped the song and uploaded it to the internet anywhere. And I'm a song collector, especially bonus songs, unless I dislike the bonus song. Fair. But I appreciate you coming out, Castroth. Hold on. We're doing. There's something else I needed to do and I can't. What else was I about to? Oh yeah. Okay, good. Sorry, got distracted. Hello. Sup, bitch?
What's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good. Work wasn't too bad today.
I didn't ask you about your work.
I know you didn't, but that's the only thing I've done today so far, so that's why I had been doing pretty good today. Bitch.
Okay. What the fuck? My God, you're a fucking asshole. How dare you? I can't fucking believe you. I cannot. I did not play, because I have the Fallout first, and I did not play for like months. I just kind of stopped playing. But I did turn off Fallout first, so when I logged on the other day, because I logged on the other day for like a few minutes, I had like 1,200 atoms, or 12,000 atoms.
I logged in with, I took a little break as well. I logged in with 7,600.
I had more than you, so...
Bitch.
Well,
I play more often, so I spend them.
For a while there, this was like what I was streaming every fucking day. This was the thing I was streaming every day. So how you been, man? We haven't had D&D in a few weeks. So I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, let's see. Went to GalaxyCon. That was waiting in lines at the convention.
Yeah, I went to GalaxyCon 2 years ago, and that line was fucking awful. And I wanted to go this year, but like I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to. And then by the time I got to like, okay, yeah, nothing's happening that weekend, I'll be able to go. I just didn't have the energy. I was like, I was in such a low energy state that I didn't go, which I kind of wish I had, especially to go for the emo rave at the end of it. That was so much fucking fun. Like 2 years ago when I went. 2 years ago when I went to the Get Sad Y'all emo rave at GalaxyCon, at some point, me and another dude started a mosh pit. I don't know why. And we kept that mosh pit going for like 3 fucking hours. And thank God there was a bar in the back. because it helped numb the pain a little bit. But every single time it started to die, every single time the mosh pit was kind of starting to die down, and like I'd be like in pain and tired and exhausted and have moved off to the side. One of the guys would come up, and say, "Come on, man, get it going again. Let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. Come on, man, get it going." And like he wouldn't be doing anything to get the mosh pit moving again. He wanted me to step in and get people to come in. So I would step
It sounds
in.
like he was lazy but wanted a mosh pit.
I think he was just kind of shy. I would step in and start like, say, "Come on, everybody, let's go," and start pointing at people, "Let's go, let's fucking go," and they'd get going again. And it was a good time. It hurt.
Where are you? I'm in your world.
Yeah.
Where the fuck are you, bitch?
I wanted to go to the one this year because Laura Bailey, voice actress of Jana Proudmore, was there this year. Oh.
Yeah, Lloyd, friend of mine. I stood. Okay, so you know who Carrie Ewells is? Or Elvis?
Oh,
He's,
yeah.
Yeah, so I was in his line 4.5 hours.
Yeah. I don't do those. When I go to cons,
Luckily,
I don't go
with
to
an
the
entire group of people from our area, so we were just bitching about Chesapeake for 2 hours.
Yeah, well,
4 hours.
you're able to like actually talk to and have people to hang out with. I don't tend to get into the meet and greet lines. One, I'm not about to pay $40 to get a picture with someone. I don't care.
I was getting books signed.
Well, that's kind of cool.
I have the Princess Bride book, so I was getting it signed.
Well, I'll go to like the panels and stuff sometimes, and a lot of what I do at cons is I just kind of hang out. And go to like the individual panels that I care about or stuff like that, shop, and yeah. I like the NecoCon has the I didn't go this last year. My car was out of commission and I was more worried about that than I was about paying $100 to get into a fucking con.
Yeah.
We should probably team up. Which one are you? Are you Vermin Eradicator or Lego Doctor?
Lego Doctor.
Okay. So I didn't go this last year, but they had. I want to. Why is it not letting me invite you to a party? Hold on. How do I do this again?
I sent you a team. Want me to do it again? Invite the team. There we go. That should work.
Okay, there you go. What am I trying to say?
Radiation, so I can heal.
But no, they have like an AMV contest every year, and I wanted to enter it this upcoming year, but they don't release the theme of the contest until shortly before the con. So I guess so that you can't be working on it all fucking year, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And by the time they released the theme, I was like, I already knew like I'm more focused on getting my car fixed and shit. And one, I'm not gonna pay $100 for a ticket and then $30-$40 for the Uber ride there and the Uber ride back, and then also end up spending a lot of fucking money on merch and shit. So I didn't go this last year, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't go last year. So I went the 5 years previous.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go last year, and then I already bought my ticket for this year because I got it for $50 for the whole weekend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I was the first person to buy the ticket.
Oh,
for
that's
NecoCon.
yeah. That sounds like something you would do.
Okay. Well, they said if you for one of the first 100 people to buy it, you get the entire weekend for $50 instead of like I think it's 70.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna take a $50 a weekend convention.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I need to figure out what because there's Tidewater Comic Con coming up nearby, and there's the NecoCon
I know I'm
later
going
in
to
the year.
Tidewater. I'm going to Superstar. There's what's it called? There's one in Philly. I'm going into later this month. Later this year.
Yeah, I don't travel that much for cons. I'm not going to travel that far for cons.
I'm going to Richmond.
When's the next con in Richmond?
July. It's Cosplay World.
Okay.
Friend of mine's working for it, so he's like, "I'll get you in." So
Okay.
I got discounted tickets.
Nice. Do I have Deathclaw meat still? Or Radstack? Radstack is what I would have. Because I have a Radstack maker thing, I think. Or no, it's Death. I have Deathclaw meat maker thing. I don't.
I've been ghoulified. I don't need to eat or drink anymore. Do you want my purified water?
No. It's for the strength bonus. Is what I'm looking for.
There we go.
No, I need to figure out what I want to do about my cosplay for the cons I'm going to this year because I want to actually make one. Previously, I just put on my kilt and my armor and shit, but I'm not doing that.
There we go. Now I'm beautiful and
I haven't done the
glowy.
Gulfication stuff yet. I don't know if I'm going to do that now because I'm kind of waiting for Randy to be ready so we can play some repo together. But I don't know if he's kind of 50-50 whether or not he's going to be on tonight. So I don't want to start anything that's going to take a while.
There's a game we gotta play. It's called A Way Out. It's like I think It Takes Two, but escaping from a prison.
Okay, I'm down for it. Need to drop something. Hold on.
Here, if you need a well, no, you have a survival tent too if you need it.
Oh fuck yeah, that's right. Hold on. I didn't need to drop shit. Bam. I got this one too.
Oh yeah, that's the one I use. Super useful.
It's the best one. It is objectively the best one.
Yeah, it has the most stuff.
It has pretty much everything. Scrap.
If they had an armor bench, that would have been the best.
I don't really need the armor bench all that much.
Nice. I got the Stalker's mutation online.
I don't know how I feel about the way they changed the legendary system.
I don't know if I like it.
It's like they were trying to make it too easy. They're trying to make it like there's no grind for it. But then, like the way the legendary system was before was
they're trying to make it easier for new players.
Yeah,
to
but I hate when
quickly
games
get
do
to where
that.
the old players are.
I hate when games do that because that's the same thing WoW did when they started doing it. And Shinny can join me on this chat when WoW started doing a lot of their upgrades like Cataclysm and beyond. It became so much about making it so easy to grind to level up, so it wasn't a grind. In vanilla, we put in fucking hours to gain a single level, and then like by Cataclysm, I remember hopping on for Cataclysm at one point. Was it Cata or like which? It would have been 2019.
Okay, there's a train station just south.
Which one was out in 20? A second. The Battle for Azeroth would have been out, but I didn't end up playing a lot of Battle for Azeroth stuff. But I started again. I started playing WoW again in 2019 because I'd taken a break because of Cataclysm. I started playing WoW again in 2019. And previously, when I had played Vanilla, getting to level 40 to get a mount took fucking forever. By the time like Cataclysm came out, you didn't need to be level 40, you need to be level 20. Also in Vanilla, when I had played, you had to grind for enough gold to be able to get the training and the mount, and it was a pain in the ass. Cataclysm, it was cheap as shit. But Cataclysm was the start of them making it easy. I started playing again in 2019 because me and my ex-wife split up, and I was currently doing school online. I wasn't working. Me and my ex-wife had split up, and I was lonely as shit. So for a while, I was on an Ark Survival Evolved kick, where that's all I did all fucking day. Wake up, do a little bit of school on the side. I had a computer, I had a laptop, so I was doing school on one while playing Ark on the other. Go to the gym, come back, play Ark, go to sleep. And then when the hacker destroyed all my shit, I switched to WoW. And within like a day or two, I went from new ass character to like level 58. And I was like, no, this is bullshit. This is not how it's supposed to be. I get it, but I also hate it when games make it too easy for new players to catch up. Because what that ends up doing is it also makes it so that the old players that still want that old experience lose that. Which is why I like the fact that WoW came out with WoW Classic. Because WoW Classic is that old experience. But it takes away the experience from the old players and denies it to the new players. It's like, yeah, you want to make it easier for new players to get in. Yeah, I get it, but you're losing something by doing that.
Yeah, I get that.
I bet you do. What's the daily op today? Blisterism, extra fast and freezing attacks, greatly enhanced perception. You want to do the daily op?
Sure.
Let me make sure I'm geared out for it. Also, that speed level process was because the level cap at that point was 120 levels. Yeah, but still, like, make it a little bit faster, maybe, but don't make it that fucking fast.
Oh, I need to sign up for daily op, don't I?
Because also what making it that fast did was make it so that you're not experiencing the world the way players used to. When in vanilla when I was playing, going from level 30 to 40, you had to go and quest in every single zone that was at that level range in order to get to the next level. So you experienced the whole world and the whole story. And now it's like there was the guy that went from 1 to 50 in the goblin starting zone just to prove that he could.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, daily op. Let's feed the people. Oh no, I didn't care for that one. Okay.
That's not one of the fun events.
Yeah, it is what it is. Kind of blah. Level 90, 120 range was so slow, was it? I think my highest level character might have been like 70 something. So I actually never ended up raiding the in-game Wrath. I'd get bored, is what would end up happening, is I'd get bored of a playstyle, and I'd start a new character.
Mm-hmm.
The only playstyle I kind of consistently kept with for long periods of time was healer. I play heals a lot. So my main was Draenei Priest. Okay. My Gatling Plasma has plenty of cores. I'm not going to use the sniper. I have the Headhunter Scythe, and I have my Cremator. The Scythe is good for humans, but we're going to be fighting robots. So I'm going to switch to...
Here, let me, Where are you? Are you in the event?
Yeah, I'm in the event.
Daily update or no? What?
I haven't started yet.
Let me repair a weapon real quick.
Okay.
And then I should be good.
Space Goat? Oh, Draenei, yeah. I love the Draenei, man. I love them. I love their story. It's great. Although, I love the radically different representation you get of the Draenei. Don't start it yet. Of the Draenei between the Warcraft RTS game and then WoW. And then they kind of backtracked and were like, oh.
Do you have any... what's it called? Like toxic water or spoiled food?
Probably. But yeah, then they I have moldy food.
I'll take that.
They backtracked on it and were like, "Oh yeah, no, those were just the fucked up ones."
That gives
Spoiled
me
Brahmin
rads, and
milk,
that heals.
spoiled fruit, spoiled
I'll
meat,
take it all.
spoiled vegetables,
I'll take it all.
toxic water.
Continue
There you
to
go.
get the fix.
Yeah, I saw. I had because I like I said, I haven't played retail since Pandaria. But I saw some of the shit they did, and then they changed the story of the Nathrazim, which just pisses me off. Like I said, one Shinny, I still want to get you and Scars and do like a video. We'll play WoW and we'll do a video of casting every main character in WoW with people that are like if they were going to be doing like a TV series. I think that would be fun. But then what one thing I kind of want to do, Shinny, and it might see about getting you involved if you're interested in it, is I want to do a series of just talking about the story of WoW chronologically, because up until Cataclysm, I know I've read every book multiple times. I know fucking everything, and then just talking about the story of WoW while playing. You're certainly no red shirt. What? Red shirt guy? Is there a pop culture reference I'm missing? I know red shirt's from Star Trek.
That's what I'm
Oh, okay. Yeah, Yeah, I know who you're referencing. I'm probably he was a fan that knew more about the lore than the like people making the game. If that's who I'm thinking of. I was thinking Star Trek. You had me thinking Star Trek, man. I know it pretty fucking well. Okay, let's go. All the way up through Cataclysm, though, because Cataclysm came out around the time that I had joined the military and I was really busy and I wasn't playing WoW. And then like it just kind of fucked everything up for me so much that I. When did Cataclysm come out? In 2013, right? 2012, 2013? All I know is I was not playing Cataclysm. This game has fucked me up so much that when I'm playing just when I'm playing just like Fallout 4, did you repair the thing?
Oh, it's up top. I was trying to find it.
I forget that I can't just press H to heal. I also love when games like this have like better performance or getting better rewards requires you to beat it faster, because it's like, yeah, the top tier players get the least gameplay out of this. You got to beat this in 8 minutes if you're really good. Top tier players, you only get 8 minutes of gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought we were doing both sides. Never mind.
No, we only do one at a time. Because it's get back here. Get your ass
I'm
back
getting
here.
back there.
This is the one where we have to be both near to make it go fast.
Yep. But we only have 2 of us in the thing, so.
I think it accounts for that, though. Cataclysm was December 7th to... Then why didn't I play Cataclysm? Because I was definitely still playing WoW in 2010 and 2011. Why didn't I get involved in Cataclysm? Huh. I stopped playing WoW for like several years there, and even now when I get back into it, I only play it for short periods of time at a time. It's definitely one of those things that if I had other people that I was playing with, like a good enough group that I was playing with that was consistent, then I'd probably play it more. Like for a while, I was playing it a lot with my parents. Come on. Get. I'm waiting for them to make an official, Fallout 76 is an official game, but like a single-player Fallout game where you could play as a ghoul.
But that's what the mods are for.
Yeah, but the more stuff they put in officially, the less glitchy the mods are. I'm gonna go melee. Also, I want them to just start making the all the like the Bethesda, the Elder Scrolls, and the Fallout games with built-in multiplayer. Not like this type of multiplayer where you have like 20 people, but like 2 to 4
if
people.
2 people want to go through the story, like Fallout 4, you get Nate and Nora going on the story instead of just one.
Yeah.
God, that would be cool.
And even in Skyrim, in the lore of Skyrim, the previous set of Dragonborn before you was 4 fucking people. It was 4 Dragonborn. That's who destroyed Alduin or defeated Alduin the first time. So
4 or 3?
What?
I think it was 3.
No, I think it was 4. I have the art in that closet there. Give me a second.
It was.
Wait, neither of us are near the boost thing.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Greybeards.
Maybe. Let me look at the art after we're done with this.
With the axe, there was the.
Either way, there was multiple people, so the story, including multiple new Dragonborn, would make sense.
Yeah.
So have like 2 basic story arcs built out for whether or not you're playing multiplayer or not. Because there's mods that allow it. There's mods, not too much. There's mods that allow it, and then that would inspire more people to buy the game.
Yeah, because there's people that primarily like, oh, I just want to play with my friends. I'm not looking for a single story adventure.
Yeah. And there's like mods that add multiplayer, like in Skyrim, but I know the mod in Skyrim that adds multiplayer, it's real glitchy and causes things to crash because that's not how the engine is designed to work.
Yeah.
And
there's a reason I don't.
Yeah. Basically, from my understanding with that mod is anytime you 2 are in 2 separate areas, it fucking hates that. Because now it has to have 2 separate areas loaded and it can't handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like trouble, all right. Clean this area out. Let's see what they're hiding.
Whoa, that was.
What?
Ooh, I just teleported backwards.
Don't do that.
That was lag like nobody's business.
Get good.
Oh, I need to load it. Shit. God, I hate this slow effect.
It's wild that it's shooting fire at me and catching me and freezing me, giving me frostbite. Well, I beat it just in time. Oh, fuck, we need the boss. That's right. How'd you feel about the Fallout show?
I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I think they really did it well.
I think so, too. I had, like, I really liked it, and then you had, like, a lot of people complaining about, like... Yeah, we're not going to get the Elder. We got real close. I think that slowdown at the beginning kind of screwed us. And then when we separated and left the thing at the second one.
Ah, shit.
A lot of people were complaining. I saw, like, what's this thing with vials? They've never mentioned vials before in any Fallout game, blah, blah, blah. That's stupid. I'm like, they change shit from game to game, and they introduce new lore from game to game all the fucking time. People had a problem. People didn't have nearly as much of a problem when you got to the Boston Commonwealth, and all of a sudden the super mutants were kind of smart compared to the ones from compared to the ones from the Capital Wastelands, and they just explained that it's like, yeah, it's a different breed of super mutant. The FEV was done to them differently. Who wasn't Dragonborn? Triana? The ones who killed Alduin or defeated Alduin the first time were Dragonborn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, this final fight's gonna knock us down a rank or two.
God damn, he fucked me up quick.
God, he's breaking all my armor. Come on, come on. Damn! Motherfucker. Yo, where's all my family? I know they're at the beach, but I didn't know they were gonna stay that long.
Okay,
There
I
we
got
go.
him. I clutched it for us, don't worry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me,
Those people probably go, they could always release an update for Fallout 4. I
don't think they should update Fallout 4.
Don't think they should, yeah. I think they should just focus on Fallout 5.
Fallout 5 and the TV show, I
Yeah.
think that should be, and continuing updating this game. I think this game still has a lot of love and care that they can put into it.
Yeah, I mean, they could just constantly expand the map. They could, like, okay, now you're traveling to fucking Ohio. You're traveling to Alaska. You're this could just be the persistent game. Here's what I think. They could do it like Pixar does it. They could do it like Pixar does it. They can have, if they have like a new team of programmers, of game designers that they need to train, have them working on Fallout 4 DLC. And have them like making really good Fallout 4 DLC and expansion packs and shit like that. But have their main team working on Fallout 5. Because that's what Pixar does, is the sequels to movies are made by the new graphic designers and shit, the new CGI artists and stuff that they're training, work on the sequels and work on the shorts. And then the main team works on the new
So then they
movies.
learn their style.
Yeah. They learn their style, they get their practice on something that Pixar has already said, we don't care about this. Because especially like back in the day, a lot of this, and I think Disney does the same thing. Because back in the day, a lot of the sequels were like direct to TV or direct to video.
Not so much Pixar as it was Disney.
Yeah.
Almost all their sequels are directly. Not so much Pixar. Because I'm thinking it's like their sequels are the Toy Story movies. Those were all in theaters. Cars were in theaters.
Yeah, but Toy Story was the first one they got that got a theatrical release for the sequel. Or I might be thinking of Disney. Let me look at Pixar movie. I might be thinking of Disney. And then Disney
movies,
acquired
almost all
Pixar.
the sequels were
direct to TV or direct to video.
direct to video. Because like I never knew that there were 3 Aladdins.
Hold on.
Here, let's see.
Yeah,
What do
the
we get?
first Toy Story movie was the first Pixar movie. So I might be thinking of Disney and just conflating the two because Disney acquired
Mhm.
Pixar. But I know that's how they did it. Was they trained their team, the new guys trained on the sequel and trained on the shorts.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Did they update Fallout 4?
I don't
after
know.
the TV
I'm
show?
about to Google it. Hold on.
Because I know they added a graphics update, but I think that was before the show.
I mean, Bethesda's doing more and more graphic updates. They did a next gen update on April 25th. So they did a mainly focused on stability, also added some previous release Creation Club content into the game.
Oh, so they basically pulled what Skyrim did with Anniversary Update, or the Anniversary Edition.
Yeah, they modernized it, and then they took mods and they included them. Which, I mean, one thing I respect Bethesda for at the very least is when they had that dude that made a full ass DLC mod, they hired him. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I would do if I were Mojang or Microsoft, and I were like any big creator like that, as if that has a modding community, is hire the mod developers, pay them.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah,
You obviously don't.
I mean, they are the mods that are really popular. Hire them to buy the mod from them, license the, like buy the mod from them. So now you own the mod, and then hire them to keep it up to date and work on other stuff because they obviously have a good handle on it. I also think, and Fallout kind of did this, but it's not implemented well. Include organic modding in the game. So like Fallout has, you can just go and click add this mod, add this mod, add this mod, add this mod, and it doesn't work that well on PC, but it works decently enough on PlayStation. But I also think Minecraft should do that, and all these other games that have modding communities should just have here's our mod store. Here's all the officially approved mods, like all the mods that like are done well enough that we know they're not going to crash our fucking game, and you could just download them straight from the game. I think that would be an amazing thing to add into it. And then, like, especially like if Minecraft did it, and they did like, yeah, we're maintaining the mod store basically for modding Minecraft. We're also going to make sure the compatibility works fine, because then they can make the compatibility work with just the straight up Minecraft engine, and with the raw code, rather than a modder having to go in and okay, let's change this around and change this value around and blah 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 blah. Yeah, the fact that Bethesda, the wild thing is, like, Bethesda knew, obviously, that the Fallout TV show was coming out, and they didn't have a game ready. I would not have released the Fallout TV show. I would not have allowed it to be released until I knew I was going to be releasing a game within, like, a month of it. I'd honestly want to release the game after the first episode came out. I would be like, listen, Fallout 5's coming out the day after the episode comes out. And I'd almost do it as a surprise release, because at that point, you don't need hype. The hype is for the show. And then if, like, at the end of the first episode, it had a Fallout 5 released today, people would lose their fucking minds. I think that I think the gaming industry undervalues surprise releases, to be honest.
And also, another thing is they promised Fallout 5 after Elder Scrolls 6, and you know we've been waiting on Elder Scrolls 6 since the announcement of 2018.
Yeah.
And we've gotten what, 2 things? We know the location. I think it's gonna be what, Hammerfell.
It's gonna be Hammerfell, yeah.
As long as it's not with the stupid fucking elves. Hate those guys.
The Thalmor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd appreciate going to Argonian lands.
Ooh, Dead Marsh? Black Marsh.
Yeah. But I want to reconfirm something before I say it. It's kind of a fucked up thing in Elder Scrolls lore. That's I read somewhere, but now I want to make sure it's actually still.
So feral ghouls still attack you as a ghoul.
Okay, I think this was just something I read that was complete bullshit. Or maybe it was something that I think it might be something that they retconned. Because I remember reading this, and I thought I read it on like their wiki. Give me a second. I thought I had read it on their wiki, or it might have been someone shit posting on their wiki and being a piece of shit. But that the Red Guard were not amongst the races of men or mer. That they were their own thing.
Say that one more time.
I read somewhere this was like a Bolivian time frame, and I was on like the wiki somewhere, and it said that the Red Guard were not considered of the races of men or mer because they came from a different continent, and men and mer started on Tamriel. But that might have been someone updating the wiki without actually knowing the lore. Didn't they update like the government does with hackers? You can go to prison or you can work for us. Exactly. Hold on. They weren't. They were just taught by Parthenex, believe. Plus, they didn't really defeat him. Yeah, they displaced him. Well, that's why I said they defeated him, because they did displace him. They did not kill him. I'm against buying mods and hiring the creator because what's to prevent them from charging it as a paid DLC and take away from the modding community? No, that is the thing. At the very least, hire the creator. Yeah, they come from Yakuta. I read this like when I was in high school or middle school or something, and it was on like the wiki at the time, but it could have just been some asshole updating the wiki because he's a racist piece of shit, and trying to say, yeah, the Red Guards aren't human. No, yeah, definitely the charging for the DLC part would be the risk. It's one of those things where like there's no perfect solution to anything, so it would be great. I would love for if they had integrity, if the fucking developers had integrity, if like Bethesda had integrity, hire and Mojang had the integrity, hire the modders, buy the mod, but release it for free. Are they going to do that? Probably not.
Yeah.
Would also
Like
depends
even-
on the
okay.
game too, because some games like Minecraft survives off its modding community, so they know better than to like charge for mods because it will kill the game.
They basically are, though, with the marketplace that they have.
Yeah, but you can get most mods for free. You can buy stuff from them, sure, and that's I think perfectly fair because they need to keep making money.
Yeah.
but they're not They're
Like
not
the-
like doing
the
a thing where
biggest game
you
in video
have to
games.
charge for. They're not doing a thing where you have to charge for mods, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is something theoretically they could kind of do if they made accessing the mod thing incredibly hard, and yeah, or they could make modding much harder unless you pay for it, kind of thing.
That'd be a
They would be pieces
jackass
of
move,
shit
though.
for it. So ideally, I would like them to do it the integrity way.
You want to do a Skyline Drive where we run a? I'm gonna see what this dude's selling. No, what happened to my?
I'm reading now. I got distracted reading. I'm an Argonian fan. I like the Argonians. There was no really race in Skyrim or Oblivion or in Elder Scrolls that I lean towards particularly, to be honest. I every playthrough I just gave myself a new challenge and I try to play it a different kind of way. My first playthrough on Skyrim, which I got Skyrim the day it came out, was he was a Norse warrior, and I leaned really hard into blacksmithing, enchanting, and alchemy, and it got an axe I got Ruthrin, the companion axe, and I got it so fucking powerful that I was one-shotting the strongest dragons. Like every time I'd swing at a dragon, it would do the little fucking animation where you kill them. It was cool, but it kind of got easy. And then I did like a stealth playthrough, and I did a magic playthrough, and I tried to play. I just wish that Skyrim had the spell creation system that Oblivion did, but better. I wish that was something that they had carried on with and improved upon, rather than just getting rid of it altogether. Their enchantment system was better, though. They did improve the enchantment system, but the spell creation system sucked.
Well, there really wasn't a spell creation system, was there in Skyrim?
No, there wasn't a spell creation system. The fact that they got rid of that sucked, but the enchantment system they definitely improved, because the enchantment system in Oblivion was so below mid in comparison. I originally started playing them because I didn't want to worry about diseases and poison in Oblivion. My first playthrough back in 2009. Fair. Oh god, do I even remember what my first playthrough was? I think I was a Brett in my first playthrough in Oblivion.
I think I was Imperial for more gold.
I think I was a Breton because I liked them as I wanted to be a spellcaster, and I like conjuration. And I will say, I think it's fair to say that Oblivion's conjuration was better than Skyrim's. I think that's a fair thing to say. Oblivion's conjuration was better than Skyrim's. They had more things that you can summon that had more different utilities and different coolness to them. The thing that I liked with Skyrim's conjuration was if you went the necromancer route, you could raise a thrall. So you could kill a really powerful enemy and then raise it. And if you had the special part of it, you could keep it permanently. And that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to Google something. I was about to fucking Google something. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, I'm down for a Skyline. I haven't done much of that. Like, I was so incredibly disappointed when that... Because that was the first time I tried to get back into 76, because I stopped playing before that. I was so incredibly disappointed with that update. because I thought when it said like customizable caravan building thing, the way I read it was I thought you were going to be able to start outposts similar to the way you have camps.
That's what they made it seem like. That was
Like you were going to
very-
have your own custom outpost that you can put up wherever you want on the map, and like, yeah, that's what it read as, and that's not what it was, and I was very disappointed.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Oblivion was my first RPG game of that style, and that's very fond for me. I think I was 13 when I first played it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out whether or not. Give me a second. Wait, give me a second. Okay. Beat it. Okay, I'm looking up just to confirm whether or not the people who defeated Alduin the first time were Dragonborn or not. I think Triana might be right. In time, the actions of 3 Nordic heroes who created a new shout. Why is it not saying who the 3 Nordic heroes were? You bit. Yeah, now I want to know. Akan One Eye.
The only confirmed Dragonborns are the player and Mirak from.
Isn't Tiber Septim a Dragonborn?
No. He was a user. I think he was a user of the vote. Let me see. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
no, they were the 3 that defeated him beforehand were just people that learn shouts, same way the Greybeards did. We're on. I'm on the wiki now. No, there's several confirmed Dragonborn. Martin Septim. Okay, Martin Septim was a Dragonborn. The Emperor in, well, not the Emperor. The Emperor's like bastard son in Oblivion was a Dragonborn. Mankar Cameron, an Altmer Dragonborn who attempted to give Mehrunes Dagon dominion over Tamriel. He was slain in paradise by the hero of Kvetch. So Mankar Cameron was a Dragonborn. Tiber Septim was a Dragonborn. Yeah, there's a... Mirak was the first Dragonborn. But there are several canonical Dragonborn. Do they mention that Martin Septim was a Dragonborn in Skyrim or in Oblivion?
I think it might be Oblivion because
that might be why it was
remember him
lost.
even being mentioned in Skyrim, except maybe through a book or two.
Yeah, because that might be why like it never stood out to me that he was a Dragonborn, because when Oblivion came out, what the fuck did that matter? What was a Dragonborn?
Yeah,
No.
because like you didn't know what Thumes were, you didn't know what shouts or what shouts or Thumes, whichever one you want to use.
Yeah.
You didn't know dragons were even prevalent.
It was you know, it could very well just be the same thing as this is divine fucking what is the term for the reason why the the Brits believe that their royalty deserves to be royalty. It's divine something. It's basically God said we get to be kings.
No, not Manifest Destiny.
Yeah, Manifest Destiny is the justification for stealing lands from indigenous people, you piece of shit.
It was.
Oh yeah, Tiber Septim. Yeah, no, that's why I knew Tiber Septim was one of the Dragonborn because they straight up mentioned that. Divine Providence. Thank you, Triana. Yeah, Divine Providence.
How do I get the fix? Who do I buy that from? Do I buy it up here? Let me check one thing real quick.
Okay.
I don't want to go super feral. I want to know where I can buy it. Who keeps commenting?
Wait, can you actually go feral?
No, but the more feral I go, the more it's basically built for. The more you keep it under control, the better you are for guns. The more feral you go, the better you are for just
melee.
You lose endurance, you start losing action points and stuff like that.
So there's with Fallout TV show, people were complaining about the vials and the fact that ghouls had to take vials.
I don't think that's a bad thing, and they basically added that to this game as well after the show.
Here's
that's
my thought,
interesting.
though.
I like that style.
Because the big complaint people had was like, oh, you got the kid in the fridge that was there for 200 years, and he didn't go feral, and you had a whole bunch of other ones, and they never mentioned whenever they go the route of, oh, well, they never specifically mentioned this before, so it doesn't exist. Fuck you.
Okay, nothing that wasn't mentioned in the
they
first
can
game
add
doesn't
whatever
exist.
the fuck they want. But the only justification I've seen for when people were like, no, they don't know what they're talking about, blah, 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 which is always wild and incredibly fucking arrogant to me when you get people being like, these people that own this IP don't know what the fuck they're talking about with the IP. They can make it whatever they want. They can retcon whatever they want. It's their fucking IP. Eat a
If
dick.
you don't like it, buy it.
Write your own story better. Write your own fucking story better, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want with it.
I'm excited for Adamfall that's coming out later this year.
Yeah, I want to play it. I saw Mike Burnfire had, I guess, was sponsored. They were sponsored by it, and so they got to play it early. But it looks really cool.
Yeah, I don't want to know much about the story or anything because I more just want to be, surprised when
It says
I
its
sit down to
initial
play
release
it.
date was March 27th.
Is it out?
Yeah, it's out. Yeah,
Shit,
they already have 1.5 million players. Okay, I'm gonna have to play that soon.
$50.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play
Oh,
it
look, a
soon.
brand new AAA game only being $50. Imagine, Nintendo.
Yeah,
With your $80 or $90 games.
I want to talk about that later. I want to go on a rant about that later, but not today. Maybe tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. There's the thing, Triana. It has the potential to break the lore. It depends on how they go down the route. So here's my theory for it. My non-lore breaking theory for why those ghouls needed the vials to not turn feral. And it comes down to FEV.
Mm-hmm.
Were the ghouls that were turned to ghouls just by radiation exposure and random mutations and they just happen to not die, those ghouls don't need vials to survive and become non-feral. They just need to not go feral. But the ghouls that were turned into ghouls partially because or were able to resist radiation because of FEV exposure, which I believe is part of what the FEV was meant to do, aside from creating super soldiers, is also supposed to create radiation resistance, need the vials to stop the FEV from further affecting them. To stop them from becoming further contaminated or go further down, the FEV taking over. So the vials are acting almost as an immune suppressant or a antiviral to stop the FEV from doing its thing and causing them to go feral. because otherwise they would mutate too much and become feral. That's my theory. So the reason why
Yeah.
you have like the kid in the fridge and he never went feral is because
He never got repeated
he,
exposure.
he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't. He didn't have FEV. He just got exposed to radiation and mutated. But then perhaps like the ghoul from Fallout and then his buddy and the other ones that need the vials is because those vials act as a counter agent to FEV. And that's what's stopping them from going feral. The other ones just don't have that problem.
Yeah.
That's my theory. That's how I hope they go down with it. If they bother explaining it in the show, why not all ghouls need vials, that's how I hope they go with it.
But I do like that on the show they've had people that have been playing and loyal to the game since the first one came out.
And then they have
The
Ella Purnell
director-
that had never played a video game until she played Fallout, I think New Vegas, because she got cast.
Yeah.
Which is fine. She did a great job.
Yeah, she did phenomenal, and she did her research, even if it was quick. She
Yeah.
did her research once she got hired.
It's not like fucking Michael Gambon with Harry Potter, who straight up said, I refuse to read the books because I didn't want it to flavor my portrayal of the character. And then the most infamous scene in Harry Potter, did you put your name in the copper to fire? Like,
Dumbledore said calmly.
Dumbledore said calmly. So hats off to them for actually doing it, but it's not quite Henry Cavill level of I will leave this fucking show if you break from the lore. And then he did.
He did.
He said,
He
fuck you
actually
guys,
fucking
you're breaking
left
from
the
the
show."
lore, you're a bunch of assholes, I can kick all your asses, I'm gonna go be in Warhammer, fuck you.
And have a child on the way as well. Or he yeah, he's a kid now.
I don't know. I'm not surprised. The only thing that upsets me about Henry Cavill is the fact that now I don't feel special as a particularly built nerd.
He did it better than you.
He did it so much better than me. That's one big handsome fucking dude, and now I'm just some basic bitch nerd. I'm no longer special. This is bullshit. I'm beefing with Henry Cavill right now. Stop being so fucking handsome. Stop taking all the chicks. But he also just seems like such a nice dude.
He seems like a nice dude.
Like I would trust him with my daughter. I don't have one, but I like to think if I did, I would trust him with my daughter. Although it would be weird because my daughter at this point would be like 1 year old. You know.
But I would trust him
Why are
around
you
my
hanging
daughter
out
along
with?
in a
Yeah,
room.
why are you hanging out with my toddler, Henry Cavill? You fucking freak.
I would trust him to say, hey, can you watch my kid? I need to run and do something
Yeah.
real quick. Come back and your kid knows all the Warhammer lore.
Good, because I don't.
Teach me.
I read one of the Horus Heresy books. Like Warhammer is another one of those games that I want to get into it, but the cost.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
Does Henry Cavill have a kid? He does have one child with Natalie Discusso.
Italian. Right?
Or I might be pronouncing it wrong.
Here, give me 1 second.
Okay. Good for him. I'm happy for him. That also means he won't be taking all my chicks. But what do you think about my idea for vials, Triana?
Oh, I'm back.
And for why some ghouls need. 40K is why I want a 3D printer. I have 2 3D printers, and one of them operates on a treadmill. So it's 8 inches wide and infinitely long. I have not set that one up yet. That one is still in the fucking box because I don't have a room for it. And I need to start using my 3D printer more. I still need to print the thing for Dan. God damn it! I keep forgetting about that.
Print what?
He has a thing. It's a scanning tool for Magic cards, so you can keep track of your cards.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's my rad stag. Okay, yeah, what do we want to do?
Head down to milepost 0. That's where you start the thing, right?
Yeah. Oops.
Head inside, I think.
Ah.
And then I know what's it called? Who's DMing next for us?
Dan or Stack?
Okay, because I know I have no idea what I would be doing.
I already know what my next story is. I just need to build out the encounters and build out more of the shit. But I know the basics of what I'm doing for my next one.
Well, will you let me? You ask me? Yeah, let me run a caravan.
I thought you were about to ask me if I would tell you what the story is. No.
No. I'm not gonna ask you for the D&D campaign I'd be playing in.
You might meet Orkin again. That's all I'll say.
Ooh.
When the pests
I
arrive,
know,
send the Orkin.
How's that road looking today? Any trouble out there?
Okay, so there should be one out here for us.
I'm also thinking of what did I name him? Gale Dribble, I think was his name.
What, the husband of
No,
Karen?
that was Sam. His name was Sam. No, the orc. I had a Hank Hill parody, and I think that was the one that you didn't meet. But the one that you did meet, I think, was Gale Dribble. Instead of
Okay, here we go.
Instead of Dale Gribble.
Fast travel to me. I'm in the.
Why heck, I'm still loading.
Are you still loading into that room?
No, like when you left, it kicked me out.
Oh.
Yeah. But no, I'm thinking of rolling him as a character too, just to
I have a new character I might want to play.
just have an extra character if I don't feel like playing Halfling Chef.
I have a artificer I want to play. I'm interested to know how is leveling up going to go. Like, let's say I haven't played a character for a couple of levels, and then
Yeah, because we ruled with like Logan when Logan joined. He got to join at our level, but not at our exact experience.
yeah. So like, would I like quick level up a character or
I think we had previously discussed that they'll
they'll be at the base level of that character, but they won't level up if everybody else levels up.
yeah, but also that can like I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. I mean, Dan's the head DM, so we can figure out what he thinks.
That would be up to Dan's decision at that point.
Because then, yeah, if we want to play multiple characters, which was kind of the point of what we're doing, multiple characters and people being able to join in and out, and us being able to lose a player for a few sessions and not causing a problem. If we want to play multiple characters, that kind of makes it hard because we'll fucking
It'll either be too overpowered or too underpowered for any campaign.
yeah.
But yeah, so I have a custom subclass if you guys would allow them, which is
I think what I think might be a
Like-
good idea, and I'll push this forward to Dan. Is all of our characters share like if you have 3 characters, they are all at the exact same level and experience level.
yes.
Yeah. So your character will always be at the exact same level, but then if you miss 3 sessions and therefore miss like an entire levels of experience, you still miss that experience, but all your characters will be at the exact same level of experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I have one where it's like an I have 2 artificer classes.
Yeah.
One is like basically gives me a wingsuit jetpack style, and it's just more bonuses if you're flying and dashing and smashing into enemies.
Mhm.
And then another one is basically it's the artificer version of monk. You modify your body to give you, enhanced strikes.
So
with
you're a
your
fucking
fists.
cyborg. You're max painting this shit.
Yes.
Okay. Neat. Can you play him like Jackie Chan's The Tuxedo?
I was gonna play him like a mad scientist dwarf, but
Have you
I
seen
can
The
play him
Tuxedo?
like, I have not. Is it good?
It's an early Jackie Chan movie. It's funny. It's like it's on the same comedic level of like Rush Hour and Shanghai Moon.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. It's not like
I know the next.
an oh
set
my
of
god,
movies
this
I'm
is a great
watching will
movie,
be,
but it's funny. It's a good movie.
The next set of that movie, I'm gonna be watching The Bad Boys at some point.
Okay. Yeah, what was the one we were yelling at you at the last session for having never seen?
Major Pain.
It wasn't
No.
just that, but that wasn't the one. I know we probably yelled at you for that one, but that was not the one, I think. There was something you hadn't seen that we were giving you shit for. Maybe it was just me giving you shit for, but either way, I was loud about it.
Well, you always give me a lot of shit for not saying stuff.
Yeah, fucking be older.
Just be older.
Be older. Have more back pain.
I already have enough back pain. I don't need more.
You
It's
don't-
actually subsiding.
You don't have exactly. You don't
Right.
have nearly enough back pain if it's subsiding.
I'm strengthening my back muscles, and my back pain's going away.
Start
Who
doing
would have
yoga.
thought?
Increased flexibility helps a lot with stopping injury, stopping pain. Toilet paper.
Oh, that was a severed arm. Okay.
Oh fuck. Hey, if I build a shed, will you wire it for me?
I'm not licensed, but yeah.
I thought you were a licensed electrician.
No. Never got my license.
Why?
I got the schooling for it, but I didn't have the years. You need like 5 years of experience.
Wait, then what are you
I never
doing
got
now?
the paper. Superintendent.
Is that better?
Yes, I run the job site. I'm the one in charge of job sites.
I mean, can you still like use that as counting as experience for
Not
getting your
as
licensing?
experience for electrical, because I'd have to be working for an electric company, and I'm not.
I mean, theoretically, if I had you run the wiring, I would just need to pay a licensed electrician to come out and inspect it, right?
You would need the city to inspect it. Yeah.
But is having you do it if you're not licensed raw? Am I getting in trouble for that?
Maybe. I don't remember. That is something that changes a lot each year the code comes out. So
Because like my
That would
dad
be-
was a construction electrician in the Navy, so he was a CB. So like I could theoretically have him come down and do it, but he's 50-something years old, has cancer, and is like 5 hours away. So I'm not gonna do that. So I figured my
Well,
friend.
Okay. Here we go. Hear it out.
Okay.
Let's say your dad comes down
Uh huh.
and watches me do the work.
Well, he's not licensed for that
And
anymore.
signed-
He's been a fucking desk jockey for the last like
No. Is he still licensed as a journeyman?
I don't know.
If he is, he could watch me do the work, sign off, and then it counts.
Yeah, but still a 5-hour drive for the man.
Yeah, but he could be coming down to visit his son. I don't know what
That's
your
fair.
relationship is like.
It's fair. No, he's a good dad. I don't know if
You
he's
don't
still
have
licensed.
mutations, do you?
No, I have a lot of mutations.
You don't have the speed demon one, do you?
I don't have any of the mutations that are negative to me.
So that every mutation then.
No, there's a few that aren't really negative if you do them right. I'll once we get there, I'll look at my mutations.
If you want any of them, I have all of them. I have like 3 copies of every single mutation.
Yeah. I got all the mutations that I want. I already bought all the
Okay.
mutations that I want. Yeah.
Because there's a perk that reduces all the negative effects
Yeah,
by like
starch genes.
75%,
Yeah, I have it.
which is why I think Class Freak.
No, it's starch genes.
Starch genes makes it so that you don't lose your mutation when you use Red Away.
Yeah, but I think it also lessens the impact of the negative impact. Hold on.
Class Freak lessens the impact.
Did they change it?
No, so it's been like that since the beginning. Since they added mutations, it's been like that.
Where's my starch genes? There you are.
It makes it so
Oh,
that
wait,
you
yeah, hold
don't
on.
get mutated with that.
Is it a
Yeah.
legendary perk?
No, I think they swapped it over to endurance instead of luck.
Yeah, I hated when they
Or one's in endurance,
changed
one's
everything
in
around.
endurance and one's in luck.
I hated when they changed all this shit around.
They did a massive rework of the.
Yeah, I mean, some of it was good because they made stuff like lower level. Like Starch Genes used to be 2 levels, and it was you less likely
until, I
to.
think, 35.
Yeah, but it was like you were less likely to, and then they changed it to you just it just that, and then level 2 was you just won't, and then they just yeah.
Yeah, which is nice.
No, my
Because
dad.
a lot of people were getting mutations before that, and like.
Yeah, and then losing them, which is annoying.
Yeah.
No, my dad was when he was like in high school, and then before he became active duty, because he actually my dad had very oddly went to boot camp in between his junior and senior year. He went to boot camp over summer in between his junior and senior year, and was reserve when he was 17.
Okay.
And then spent 3 years as a reserve, and during that time he was working as an electrician, but that's only 2 years of working as an electrician. So I don't. You said you need 5 years to get your license. But then he was in the military. He spent some time doing operator shit. I'm not sure how long, and I don't ask him about that. And then he was a construction electrician after that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if the frustrating thing with the military is like you can be doing a job for a long period of time in the military, and you won't technically be certified as a civilian to do the job. Like
But you'll just.
yeah, I have combat first aid training, and I could not be an EMT right now. Like if your lung, if you get shot, like, or if you have a tension pneumothorax and your lung fucking collapses, I know how to reinflate your lung. I have the fucking like with this little kit here, I can reinflate your lung. But I would have to go to a course to be qualified to be an EMT.
The course would probably be easy for you.
Easy enough, yeah. The drawing the IV part would always bother me because I don't like needles. And then like there's people that are corpsmen, which are military, they're Navy medics, and they work. They'll either go out Fleet Marine Force and they'll go out and they'll be like combat medics, or they will because a Marine medic is not a Marine. They're in the Navy. They just are Navy guys that go out with the Marines.
Okay.
But there's also like the ones that are quite literally hospital corpsmen, where they work in the military hospitals, and they could do 20 years as a hospital corpsman, get out, and not allowed to be a nurse.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't technically have any certification. So I don't know if but long story short, I don't know if my dad's time as a construction electrician, because he did that for a large majority of his career, technically means he's a licensed electrician or not. I also don't know if I'm going to be building a shed in my fucking backyard anytime soon, like an actual shed.
Yeah.
I want to.
But, yeah. So I could. Long story short, I could do the wiring for you.
Yeah. No, I want to build a actual full wired shed in my garage, and then move like my workshop, or not my garage, in my backyard, and then move the workshop stuff that's in my garage right now to my backyard. I mean, if I build it myself, it's not going to be that expensive. Not as expensive as if I had it built or bought a prefab.
Yeah.
But then comes the needing to get it, because if I built a wooden shed like that, it would be a permanent fixture, which means I would need it to be approved by the city. I would there's
Only you need someone that dealt with inspectors for a living.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but it's still a bitch and a half. I might, if I decide to do that, I might ask you to draft it for me so I can actually provide that to the city, because I don't know how to do a draft.
Yeah. So like that I can do.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be licensed like architectural drawings like through a firm. Oh.
What'd you say?
It wouldn't be licensed through a firm, but
I mean, does it have to be?
I don't think so.
I think it just
will
has to be
check.
an
My game crashed,
accurate.
by the way, I'll be in a sec.
What?
My game crashed. I'll be
Oh.
back in a sec.
I think it just has to be an accurate blueprint of the design so that they can decide whether or not they're going to allow it. I don't think it has to be like a licensed architectural draft. It just has to be an accurate blueprint.
Yeah, I can get you an accurate blueprint.
Yeah.
Here, I need to quit real quick.
I mean, I know how to draw up a blueprint that I would understand so that I know how to cut the pieces of lumber and shit.
Yeah,
but I
you
don't.
want
I want
that-
something that the city will like, that the city's going to be okay with.
Yeah, that I can give you.
Yeah.
Easy. Without a doubt, I can give you that.
Then other than that, it'd just be I need the wiring.
Oh, with my monitor, it's what's it called? The game doesn't have a natural resolution, like a resolution scale for my monitor, which is a 5120 by 1440. So I have
What
to
the
manually.
fuck?
Oh yeah, I got a 49-inch monitor.
Why? That's a TV. That TV right there. That TV I have right there is a 42-inch TV. The fuck? Hi, Justa. Can you tell this guy to go fuck himself, Justa, please? Thank you.
So I'm watching the stream just so I can get the chat,
Uh-huh.
and then I look down and I can see you pointing that TV. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those Samsung Super Ultra Wides.
Why do you need a TV or a monitor that big?
I wanted one because I didn't like how small my other one was.
Oh, so you have your security issues. I got it. Okay.
By what?
Is that why you're dating someone so fucking tiny?
No.
Sure. What something. Oh yeah, no, kind of what I'm thinking about doing. I'm somewhat debating because I need to redo my fence anyways, but that's every time I get it quoted, it's between like $12,000 to $18,000.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like 300 feet of fence, or maybe 250 feet of fence. And I want an 8-foot. I want to get an 8-foot fence so my dog can't jump over it. And it's another thing that, like, I could... One, you can't buy 8-foot fence panels from fucking, like, Lowe's.
Yeah.
They don't have them. I don't know why. I wish they did, because then I might just fucking do it myself. It's not hard. And that would be fucking so much cheaper. But also, like, the company that I'm looking at, it's Dan Dale. Really nice people. Every time I've talked to them, they're great. It's just never been a time when I want to take out a loan to get a fence. But I want to get the 8-foot fence because my fence is shit. It was shit when I bought it. It's still shit, and my dog can jump over it because it's a 6-foot fence, but that is just enough for him to be able to jump over. He jumps up, puts his shoulders over, and kicks himself the rest of the way over. Yeah.
God damn! Look at these entrance fees.
No more entrance fees. Oh my god! What the fuck? What is? Where are we?
Shenandoah.
Why the fuck is it 78? I guess this was during the energy wars. Yeah,
Oh,
this
here's a
this
dude.
was
Here's
peak
Craig.
inflation.
Here's Craig. Found fucking Craig.
There's the Samsung Odyssey Arch, which is a 55-inch curved monitor. This is as big as my TV. How much did that monitor cost you?
I got it on Marketplace for 6.
600?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Not bad when it's a 1400 monitor.
I
Or
have
1200.
I have 3 monitors that are perfectly right size for me, and I paid $300 total for them. So I have 3 monitors capable of acting as 3 individual monitors that I can adjust individually, and it costs me half as much as your one monitor. But I could also, if I wanted to, do extend monitor and have a monitor that was 60 inches wide. A little bit more than that. I don't know how wide these are exactly, but still. You posh bitch.
The rest of my computer works wonderfully, though.
Yeah, my computer's fine too.
Hmm?
My computer's great too.
Yeah, well, I think you and I are basically running the same specs.
Maybe.
Maybe different graphics card, but I think...
I have the 40... What do I have?
I have a 4080.
I don't think I have the 4080 because I built mine 2 years.
I know we're running the same
Uh...
Intel core.
No, I think I
told me
dialed mine back. Well, unless it was... You talked about the one that... Because I dialed mine back from i9 because the i9s were falling apart.
Yeah, and then you told me not to get the i9, and I listened.
Oh, yeah, because I told you how to build your computer.
Well, you told me not to do the one part.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been working like a dream.
No, it's fucking good. Where the fuck is... I have the 4070 Ti.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No, it's good. It's really good.
Yeah. And then there's the 50 series that came out with half the price. But most of it's AI upscaling.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about AI upscaling. I can see it causing issues.
Yes.
Yeah. That's something else is gonna talk about. Oh yeah, no. So like, I need to redo my fence. Anyways, so what I was honestly thinking of doing potentially is when I build the shed, building the shed so that it is just the front part of one side of my fence.
So like one side of the shed is a fence?
No. Have you ever been to my house?
No.
Okay. So my house, look at stream. My house has house, fence going this way for about 20 feet, and then fence on the other side going for about 10 feet. I think maybe 8 feet. 8 or 10 feet. Get rid of that, and then it loops around the backyard. Get rid of that part, that's the 8 feet, and just build the shed where the gate for that side of the fence is, and then have
One
it...
problem that might be is that usually structures being built have to be, if they're a permanent structure, they have to be 10 feet from the property line.
Not if I connect it to the property, though, because we actually had the same problem with my dad. We had a similar problem when my dad had a detached garage built on his house.
Yeah, we had to go through the same thing with our detached garage.
Here's what I love, though. Here's what I love. Let me tell you how my dad fucked with the guy. He had a detached garage built, a detached two-car 3-story garage, basically, because it's one story's the garage, and then above that's like a little attic type room that he originally was going to refurbish into like an apartment, so that because this was when my brother was still in high school, and I was in middle school, so that if my brother wanted to like stay at the house while he was going to college and shit, he could live there, and then the same thing for me. That never got refurbished, and now it's just a storage room. But then on the lower level is a workshop. So he had built 3-thing garage. The neighbor was selling, or the neighbor sold their house, and the new person, or the neighbor was in the process of selling their house, had already moved out to the Midwest, and had a realtor, had basically given power of attorney to a realtor to sell the house on their behalf because the neighbor opened up like a new dental practice in the Midwest or something like that. So it was already gone, had to be gone. The realtor, for some reason, did not like the fact that there was going to be an increased property value because if your neighbor's houses are nice, your property value goes up. So, but did not like there's going to be construction going on and did not like any of that. So sent like a cease and desist order to my dad, which doesn't work because here's the thing. You can send a cease and desist order for anything. It doesn't mean it's legally enforceable. It just means you wrote a piece of paper that says we are asking you to stop this because of this reason and we might pursue charges against you. But you can't order someone to not do construction on their property if you're not in an HOA or something like that, and we weren't in an HOA.
Did it get like unnecessarily dark?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, we weren't in an HOA or anything. Sent a cease and desist order, and then started trying to find every fucking legal reason to stop my dad from being able to build the thing.
I accidentally drank a Nuka Shine. So
Yeah, I noticed.
I'll be disappearing in a second.
To stop my dad from building the thing. And
does it affect both of us?
No.
Okay.
And then try to cite, okay, well, any new construction has to be 10 feet away. That might be a problem for me. Because it's not going to be 10 feet away from my neighbor's property line, and that neighbor sucks. But that's what I
was worried about.
Yeah, it has to be 10 feet away from...
If it's not 10 feet away, you have to get approval from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And anyone that has a grievance can come up forward and say, I do not want it.
Yeah. And that neighbor would say that just to be a dick. The neighbor on the other side would be fucking fantastic about it, but that's the bigger gate, and I want to keep that gate open in case I have to, like, have anything...
Put a trailer back there,
yeah,
or...
Yeah. Fuck. Anyways, but, ended up citing, like, oh, technically, any construction has to be more than 10 feet away from this property line, the reputable realtor said, so you have to stop, because it was only 8 feet away from that property line, technically. But we had a good relationship with the neighbor. It was just his realtor was being a dick. So the neighbor, my dad reached out to the neighbor and said, hey, is this a problem? Do you have a problem with this? He's like, no, I don't have a fucking problem with this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know what? And signed over an extra, like, 4 feet of his land to my dad so that the realtor could go fuck himself. Didn't even charge my dad. My dad offered to pay him, and the neighbor's just like, no, that guy's being an asshole. Fuck him. And just gave my dad an extra 4 feet of property line so that he couldn't do shit about it. And then we didn't live in an HOA, but we lived in a covenant. So they're slightly different. An HOA has a lot more enforcement authority and shit, but a covenant can set like certain property guidelines and stuff. So there was so then the realtor went to the covenant and started looking at every single possible rule that he can use to stop my dad from building this fucking garage.
Look where I am. There's a cool little thing here.
Once I get out of this, I'll teleport to you. Went to the covenant and the thing that he found was basically that in that neighborhood, in that covenant, you could not have a detached structure. You could not have a detached structure from the main property for whatever fucking reason.
Ooh.
So, what he did was...
He added like an overhang that connected
It was just a fucking overhang that connected it to the main building, and that was it. That was the only connection, but now it is not a detached structure. So that guy can go fuck himself.
Oh, I love it.
This realtor spent so much energy being an asshole to try to fuck my dad over for something that would only increase his property value when selling that house, so increase his commission when selling that house. And all that ended up happening was he technically lost property value because the neighbor just signed over 4 feet of property. Which, with how long the property was probably... It was well over 100 square feet. It might have been because it was a long lot, and he's handed it over the whole way down the lot. Oh fuck! It was probably maybe 400 square feet a yard, which doesn't like hugely impact the property value in a property that has like, you know, and it like that much land already, but it's still like he played himself.
Mm-hmm.
It was fucking fantastic. I love it. Yeah, as we say, a good fence makes a good neighbor. Yep. I like the concept of, you know, it takes a village to raise a child and having neighborly contact, but there is a level of that good fence to make a good neighbor really just means mind your own fucking business.
Mm-hmm.
Having that boundary, it's fantastic. Like the neighbors to that side, I love them. They're great. We don't talk all that often, but occasionally we do talk, and it's perfectly fine. And there's never been a negative thing. In fact, to the point of when I mentioned I was putting up the little pop-up shed in my backyard, little metal shed in my backyard, and as I was putting the roof on it, I had to get on a ladder, and I noticed that there was like a little homeless shelter, like some homeless guy had built a little makeshift shelter in the on the land. Like there's a forest right behind our house on that forest. So I went to like check it out real quick and see if anyone was there, and I didn't see anyone there at the time. But I felt like, okay, I'm going to let my neighbors know. I have a soft spot for the homeless. I wasn't going to call the cops and say, like, get rid of this guy because, dude, I'm not going to fucking ruin that guy's shelter from the elements when he's going through that. But sometimes homeless people have mental health issues. Sometimes they're crazy. Sometimes they do a lot of dangerous shit. So I went and I went to both my neighbors on either side and said, hey, just so you know, on the land behind our properties, there is a homeless shelter. So if you like see someone walking around, that might be it. If you notice something going missing from your backyard, that might be it. Just watch out. The neighbor to that side, the one that I don't like, who is the only neighbor, he took down his fence. That dude, he had a fence in his backyard when I moved in, and he has since taken down his fence. So he has nothing stopping people from coming into his backyard if they want. And he also leaves a lot of expensive shit out there. Like he parks an RV out there, like a
something that could be easily broken into and stolen.
He parks like a fifth wheel there. He parks like he has his grill stuff out there. He has a lot of nice stuff back there. A lot of stuff that could easily be stolen, and no fence. So he needed this information more than me. He also doesn't have a dog, and me and the other neighbor have dogs. He needed this information more than anyone. I go to him, and I tell him, I'm like, hey, man, and I kind of don't want to talk to him, so I'm hoping he's not home. And I have a little pre-prepared note that I was just going to tape to his door that said, hey, there's a homeless shelter a few feet off from our backyards, just so you know. But I ring the doorbell to do the polite thing, and he's there. He comes out. He says, what do you want? It's like, oh, I'm so close to fuck you. And I have other stories about this shitty neighbor.
You want any fusion cores? I have.
Yes, I absolutely need fusion cores. Absolutely.
How many do you want? I can give you like 60.
I'll take 60.
67.
Let me go to
70,
I'm gonna go to my camp real quick.
76. 80. I can give you like 80.
Actually, I just need to go to.
I have too many, and I have a fusion core recharger. So if I ever need some, like I don't.
Yeah, when I was
Need a
playing this a
lot.
lot, I would just start every day with taking a lot of the power plants. That was how I'd start every fucking day. But no,
You just get.
so I go to
Yeah,
this.
if you ever also need a weapon style, I have at least 1,500 to 2,000 of every weapon, every armor,
Yeah,
round type.
nice. But no, I go to his house. I ring on the doorbell, and I'm hoping he's not there, but he pauses. He's like, "What do you want?" I was like, "Hey, man, just so you know," and this is an older dude. Hey, just so you know, there's like I was in the backyard. I noticed there's like a homeless shelter back there. It's like probably 20 feet off from like our backyard, our back line, our back fence line. Just in case, like I know you don't have a fence in the backyard, so just in case like anything goes missing, you'll know that might be the cause, or if you want to set up cameras or something, I just wanted to let you know. He's like, oh yeah, I know about them. I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, I called the police and the police couldn't do anything because technically that land's owned by the church next door or in our neighborhood, and they're okay with it.
Mhm.
Query whether or not, if you're going to let this homeless person set up a makeshift shelter made out of like plywood and shit on your property, why not let them live in your church? Because that's what Jesus would do. But nonetheless,
because they would be fined out of existence if they do.
why?
It's illegal for them to do it. There have been churches that have been fined between $200,000 and $400,000 for letting homeless sleep in there.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I am not kidding you, because there's more churches in this country than there are homeless. We could solve the homeless situation by letting them live in churches, but their reason why is because the government will sue and charge and fine the shit out of them.
Holy shit! What the? Why?
Up to $200,000 or up to $200,000 to $400,000.
Under what? Is it because of the nonprofit thing?
Maybe, I don't know.
Because if they're charging the fucking homeless guy rent, then sure. But fucking
no, but like they would let them live there for free, and they were charged, I think, $400,000. The church was fined.
Oh my fucking god! Hold on, I'm gonna Google this real quick. But I'm gonna finish the other part while I'm Googling this. But no, he's in. It's like I'm okay. Well, I just wanted to let you know. He's like, yeah, if they come on, I was like, yeah, I just want to let you know because you don't have a fence and blah blah. Oh, I'm not worried about that. If they come onto my property, I'll fucking kill them. I was like, bro, you are 5'5". You are 67 years old. You are one of the least intimidating but most blustering men I have ever met. Like, this dude went to because when I get home and I get out of my truck, I don't like laze about and slowly wander around the yard and shit and then go inside. Once I'm out of my truck, I go the fuck inside. And me and this neighbor have had issues the entire time I've lived here. And he goes to my room at one point. He's like, hey, I need you to talk to Zach because he knows my name. I need you to talk to Zach because, I have this issue. I can't remember what he was bitching about. I have this issue, and, I think he's scared of me because, every time he comes, I'm outside when he gets home, he just goes straight inside. He's like, no, because I don't want to fucking talk to you. I'm not scared of your ass. I don't want to fucking talk to you, asshole. But that's how he reacted to it. He reacted with, I'll just fucking kill him, blah, blah, blah. First of all, you don't have a fence. You're not home all the time. If they just walked on your property, took some shit, and left, what the fuck are you going to do about it?
They get fined because they are breaking zoning codes.
Oh, that's still stupid.
Yeah, otherwise, that's a wonderful thing. And I know a lot of churches would do it.
Yeah.
But they would be fined out of existence.
That's fucking insane. That is
because
that's
churches have a lot of land, and if the government can get that land,
that's fair. Also, my first thought when they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna let them live there in a little makeshift shelter. I was kind of judging that church, like, wow, really? Is that what Jesus would do? But no, now I get it.
Yeah, because they can't otherwise.
Yeah, that's fucked up. But no, when I went to the other neighbor, the neighbor that I like, and I said, hey, just so you know, there's this this makeshift homeless shelter in our backyards, and I just want to let you guys know, like, I'm not planning on calling the cops about it or anything. I don't want to make their life any worse, but I just want to let you know just in case something goes missing or you hear someone wandering around back there or something like that. And their immediate response was, oh, would you like us to move our security camera? And I was like, what? It's like, well, like the security camera right now, it's on one side, so it only faces our yard. But if you'd like, we can move it so it's facing both of our yards. Like, this dude just with no prompting, his first thought wasn't, oh, fuck the homeless, fuck that guy. It was, oh, I can help my neighbor out. That's a good fucking neighbor. That is like the good neighbor makes good fences type of neighbor, because we mind our own business. We don't bother each other. But we know when we're both outside, we talk to each other. And when people need help, we offer to help each other sometimes. It's great. That's a good fucking neighbor.
Where's your stuff? Okay, there it is.
No, that's fucking wild that they'll fine a church for letting a homeless person sleep there. I mean...
You want plasma cores?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
You want plasma and fusion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you like 48 plasma and...
I'm gonna head to my camp real quick.
I'm at your camp already.
Okay.
I wouldn't have been able to fast travel if I grabbed all the fusion cores myself.
Um. Yeah, no, there's ways for neighbors to be good. There's some good neighbors, but yeah. No, I wonder if there's a way for churches to get around that though, because there's like 3 churches just on the drive into my neighborhood. Like if you turn on our street within the first quarter mile, less than that, you'll see 3 separate churches, and one of them is like a really big built out church. One of them looks like it used to be a store in a small shopping center, and it was one of the stores in that small shopping center, and the
Mhm.
other one is an old house that has a church side, and part of me wonders if that is just tax fraud. If they are just saying, "Oh, this is a church," and it's just their house, and they have some buddies over every Sunday and say it's a sermon so that they don't have to pay property taxes. That's legitimately what I think is going on there. But I wonder if there's a way that churches could get their property rezoned.
Here we go, right here, right here.
Where? Oh, thank you, Two Bros. What's up, man? Thank you for the raid. But yeah, no, I wonder if there's a way that that churches could get their property rezoned so that it could act as, I don't know,
Also,
an
the
emergency
government's
shelter.
just a bitch to churches in general.
Well, they don't pay
because-
taxes.
Well, yeah, but also, so there was a church that a friend of mine was going to, and they were just gifted by one of their petitioners, like 50-something acres of land to build a new church on. But
Okay.
the government wouldn't let them build until. But the government's like, oh, we know, or no, they had the land and they were just able to build because they were given a large amount of money from one of their petitioners to start the build.
Yeah.
I think it was left in a will or something. But the government likes, oh, you need to now spend all of that money putting a trench around the entire property. Or we could ignore it if you give us, I think it was like 15 feet of the property going from the back forward. And you'll just give us that portion of property and we'll let it slide.
That's fucking insane. That's fucking wild.
Mm-hmm. And they wouldn't let them build until they'd done either one of those.
Oh my god. The weird random shit that the government does. I love watching like a lot of those videos of like construction workers and shit like that when they're dealing with inspectors and stuff.
Getting rid of those power fusion cores and plasma cores lowered my stash box by 300.
Damn.
So I collect them and I don't throw them away because they're useful.
I mean, they go in my ammo box.
They go in your ammo box? They don't
Yeah.
go in mine.
They go in my ammo box.
Fusion cores?
Yeah.
Plasma core?
Fusion and plasma, yeah.
Since when did they do that?
I might be new thing.
About to say. Not that I ever use them, but I kept like I think 6 or 7 of them because
I'm a tank build.
they do.
Yeah. No, it's wild. I mean, I had put up when my dog started learning to jump the fence, like the asshole he is. I was trying a bunch of different things to get him to stop jumping the fence.
Do you have a fusion core generator?
No, because I don't really use
Like-
it. Because it's just a recharger, isn't it? It's just a fusion core
Yeah, it's a
recharger. isn't it?
recharger.
Yeah, no, because
God.
I don't think to put the fusion cores in there, they just kind of die. So I just when I start getting low on fusion cores, I go and take over a plant.
Or you have me and give you 60 of them.
Yeah, that also works.
Which I will continue to do because I never want to actually keep any of the stuff that I have. Do you have one of those like meteors or something that gives you 1,000,000 rads?
I can build one.
Okay.
I have the recipe for it. How do I enter build mode again? Fuck. Oh
Hold
yeah.
F.
What was I saying?
Stories about dealing with government inspectors.
Oh yeah, no. So when my dog learned to jump the fence, learned that he could jump the fence. I was trying to find a bunch of different ways to stop him from doing that because I don't want him roaming the neighborhood and getting in trouble.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, I don't want to get animal control called on me. Where would the thing fall under?
Maybe floor. Let me see. I could probably also build it. I have probably just as much shit as you. Floor decor, maybe?
But no, I was looking at a bunch of different ways to do that. I was looking at coyote rollers. I was looking at a bunch of different stuff. Coyote rollers would have just been too prohibitively expensive if I actually wanted to get ones that didn't look like shit. Because I could do it with PVC pipe, but again, I have like 250 feet of fence. So I could do it with PVC pipe for like relatively cheap. There it is. Oh, and this is the asteroid. This isn't the meteor.
Asteroid. I think asteroid works.
I don't have the one for that one though. So like coyote rollers that would have been long enough would have cost that would have been like metal and long enough would have cost like 3,000 or would cost like several thousands of dollars. So I didn't want to do that, and I was looking at other ways. Getting a whole new fence built was expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And if I got a new fence built, I would have coyote rollers installed on it just as an extra little thing. But I'm not going to spend all that money on coyote rollers for a shitty fence that needs to be replaced anyways. But what I did was like, okay, this will work. Was I went down to Tractor Supply Co. I got electric fence, and I started installing electric fence. Like a low voltage electric fence, one that would just kind of annoy him enough, because what he has to do is get up and throw his shoulders over it and then pull himself over. But if I can get it so it shocks him, so he can't do that, then he won't be able to do it, and eventually he'll stop trying. And I don't like the idea of electrically shocking my dog, but I also don't like the idea of my dog jumping the fence, running into the street, and getting run over.
That's a much less.
Yeah, that's a much bigger problem for me. So I go down. I spend about like $400 on stuff to install this electric fence and stuff because I got like a $250 like solar powered fence charging unit plus battery that also plugged into the like outdoor outlet. Like it was a battery powered electric fence effectively that would normally charge with solar, but then like I could charge it if it's dying too quickly. I could charge it by plugging it in, kind of thing. I didn't need one that was going to stop cattle. I needed one that was going to stop a 45-pound dog. Yeah, I don't have the meteor.
Damn.
I go through the entire process. It takes me like 2 days to get that all set up, just because at the time I was still working. I was still in the military, so I had a long day. So it'd be come home. One day I came home and I fucking hammered those copper rods into the ground. I still have one of them. I could not pull out. It was tight in there, so there's still a fucking copper rod in my yard that I gave up trying to get out.
If I can get it out, can I get the scrap?
Sure. I still have the two other ones in my garage, but I'm going to keep those because I want to make bronze out of them.
We can scrap it for money. That's the electrician in me talking.
Yeah, that's the crackhead in you talking. Jesus. So the first day, I get those dug in. I get the actual charging thing, the thing that electrifies the fence, installed. And I prep the boards that everything's going to be in, because there's a few different things you have to do. And then the next day, I run the wire. Within 3 days of having done that, I have the inspector come out, knock on my door, and say, "Hi, I'm blah, blah, blah," and He said we received a complaint that you installed electric fence. You have to take that down. I was like, why do I have to take this down? Why do I have to take the fucking electrical fence down? It's to keep my dogs in from the fence. It's for like my dog's safety and for public safety. Like it's fine. It's like technically you're not zoned for agricultural use, so you can't have an electric fence. I'm like, it's not a high-powered electric fence. It's solar-powered electric fence. It's like. I touched it after I had it charged. I went and grabbed it to see what it feels like. It was like, fuck, that was it. That's all it was. It's like it's technically still an agricultural product that's only for agricultural use and blah blah blah, and you can't have it here. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? He's like, I know it's stupid. I'm sorry I have to tell you to take it down. I wish I didn't, but by the law, by the code, I have to tell you to take it down. I know which it was. One of my neighbors complained about it, and I know exactly which one it was. It was fucking Barb across the street, the same one, that bitch that I didn't ask her before planting flowers in my flower bed. Complimented me on my choice, but then said I should have asked her permission for the flowers I chose because she has to look at my yard too. And then when I was replacing a shingle, I had to replace the exhaust duct above my dryer. Because it was just old and shitty. I went to replace it, which means I had to rip up some of the shingles to build around it. So I was walking up the front of my house with a thing of shingles, with like a single fucking flat of shingle, whatever the fuck you call it. And as I'm climbing up the ladder, I have headphones in, I can't hear shit. As I'm climbing up the ladder to hang the shingle, I'm halfway up the ladder. The ladder starts shaking. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I look down, and it's Barb shaking my fucking ladder that I'm halfway up, trying to get my attention. And again, she's an old lady, so I didn't yell. If it was a young dude, I would have fucking knocked his fucking teeth out. But it was like an old lady, so I didn't yell at her. I was like, what do you want? But by this point, I'd had enough encounters with Barb that I wasn't like nice to her. I was just respectful. I was like, what do you want, Barb? And she's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm replacing a shingle. She's like, well, I'm pretty sure the previous owners had the roof replaced a few years ago. I was like, yes, but I had to rip up a shingle to replace the exhaust duct above my dryer, so I had to replace those shingles. Like, well, don't you think you should, like, have asked the neighbors to make sure that the shingles were right? It's like, it was the exact same color, exact same type of shingle as the ones that were already on the fucking roof. And I was like, but what I said to her was like, no, I don't think I should have to ask anyone before I do something to my property. Have a nice day, and I couldn't continue climbing up the fucking thing. But she was constantly doing shit like that. It was always complaining about something.
Well, that's just called boredom, and I can bitch about something.
She at one point referred to herself as the governess of the neighborhood. We don't have an HOA or anything. She wanted an HOA. And every few years, someone comes out and says, we should establish an HOA. No. But referred to herself, when she told me I should have asked her permission about the flowers, she referred to herself as the governess of the neighborhood because, everyone always comes to me and asks before they do anything. I've been here so long. It's like, no, they fucking don't. No, they don't, Barb. Go away. Go away. But no, then with the inspector, because he was actually really cool, the inspector that came and told me how to take that stuff down because it is against code, and he has to enforce the code. I said, okay, well, my other solution for my dog was I was going to just take some 2x4s and extend the fence 2 feet higher and run some like chicken wire or some garden netting or whatever the fuck, so that the dog can't jump over the fence. Is that okay? And he's like, as long as it's under 8 feet, I don't give a shit. It's like, cool. Awesome. I can't have electrical wire, but I could have a shitty fucking fence extension that looks like garbage and looks like a fucking redneck built it out of scrap from his backyard. They're fine with that, and he didn't give a shit. I didn't end up extending. I still need to finish that, actually, because I ended up, instead of extending it up, I extended it out. It goes about 2 feet in front of the fence, because I figured he has to jump up and put his shoulders over. So if he just can't jump up. When we moved, my parents talked to one of our neighbors, not the others, ones because they were dicks. The first thing they said is, did we do anything wrong? They were great neighbors, yeah. I've had some really great neighbors and have some really shitty neighbors. I remember at one point when I was down in Florida. When I was stationed down in Florida, we had I had a roommate at my apartment, and then one of our, like, he wasn't really my friend, but he was my roommate's friend. I didn't really like the guy. Also lived in the same apartment complex. And he had something delivered to his house. And something from Amazon delivered to his house, and he got the thing that said the order was delivered, but it was delivered while he wasn't home. And when he got home, it had been taken. But he had like a Ring doorbell camera thingy on his whatever, and it was able to catch the person. It was literally the guy right across, because it was like those apartment complexes where it's like it's like a level and then 6 doors, and then you go into a door and there's the apartment kind of thing. It's like all the doors were led to the outside, but like it was I don't know how to explain it properly, but you get it. And it saw that it was just the neighbor in the apartment across the thing from it went and stole his package. So
What the hell was that? That just blew up. Was that you?
I don't know. Wasn't me. So Suarez, this dude was like 5'5". This was I will say this was the same exact guy in the story that I had to teach him how to buy groceries, and I had to yell at him for not fucking having his driver's license after like being 30-something years old and me driving him around for 6 months. Yeah, it was that same guy. I don't know if you saw that story, but the chat has.
No.
It was my military man-children story. He comes over to me and my roommate, because he's like a small dude and doesn't want to confront them by himself, and says, "Hey, so my neighbor stole my package, and I was wondering if you could come with me to like get it back." And we're like, "Yeah, sure." I was, muscularly big, and my roommate was kind of tall and not really, physically intimidating, but was an extra dude. So we knock on the door, and we're like, "Hey, we think you might have taken our package. We think you might have taken our mail. We think you made a mistake." And they're like, "Oh, no habla inglés, no habla inglés." And then Suarez, who's Puerto Rican, starts talking to them in Spanish and says, "We think you might have taken our package." And then they start speaking English. And then they're like, "Oh, no."
They magically learned English at that point?
Yeah, they magically learned English at that point. And like, "Oh no, I don't think we took package. We got our own package today. We don't think we took package." And we just see on their kitchen island, little countertop, whatever the fuck, the package. And it's an Amazon package. And it hasn't been opened yet. And we're like, "Oh, well, is that it? Let us check." And we just kind of push the door open and walk in. And like, "Oh, yeah, Ricardo Suarez. Suarez, I think this is yours. Is your name Ricardo Suarez?" "No, my name's not Ricardo Suarez." "Ah, yeah, you probably grabbed the wrong package. You should probably call Amazon if they delivered your package to the wrong place," and just walk the fuck out. We might have committed trespassing, but fuck those guys. They're thieves.
I don't know. I don't think a judge would rule in the favor of trespassing in that situation.
I think they might rule. I imagine here's what would happen. If they tried to call the police and say we trespass, and if the police decided to say, "Fuck it, we'll take this up with the courts," the judge would probably say, "Yes, they trespassed, but you committed burglary. So we can both go to court about both things, or you can shut the fuck up and leave my courtroom."
And one has a much higher sentence than the other.
Yeah. One is 2 military members that walked in to retrieve stolen property, and we would probably get let off with, a slap on the wrist. And the other one was an immigrant family that committed thievery and burglary. Probably not something they want to fuck around with.
No.
Now, this is also South Florida, so who fucking knows? I actually watch
never
videos
know.
from an inspector in Arizona who inspects new builds, and the things this big home builder who are building the new communities are trying to get away with. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to shit talk inspectors a lot of times.
Norfolk's inspectors are awesome.
And ultimately, like, they're necessary, especially when you got these shady companies that are trying to build shit on the cheap. And and get away with shit that they shouldn't be getting away with. And I've seen some stuff that is like, how is that fucking legal? Oh, it's not. Cool.
Yeah. I've worked on old builds and stuff where it's just, how did this get passed?
Yeah, they somehow either they did this after the build and didn't ever call the inspector, or someone was fucking the inspector, because there's no way this got passed. So they're necessary. But there is, I think, a level of when you know it's just some dude. If it's just some dude fucking just trying to work on his home, on his private property, leave him the fuck
Regular
alone.
hunters are out? Oh, shit.
It's not trespassing if they don't ask you to leave first. True. I don't know how well that would hold up.
And you guys would have left right after he asked you to leave, so you wouldn't have been charged with trespassing unless you purposely stayed there.
Yeah, and I think there's probably an exception somewhere in, like, a lot of things of because a criminal act had occurred, which was the stealing of property, and that entitles us to this, or I don't fucking know. We probably would have gotten
Something
told you
entitles
should have
to
just called the
something, which
cops.
brings something into something.
We probably, like, if we did end up going to court about it, the judge probably would have said, why didn't you just call the cops? And honestly, because it would have taken longer.
And the package might have been opened at that point.
Yeah, and it's harder to prove at that point. The longer it goes on, the harder it is to prove that something fucking happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was, fuck, 10 years ago? I think the statute of limitations has passed.
Damn.
Yeah. God damn, that was 10 years ago. Fucking
Wait, what's this?
I don't like being old. What's what?
Button here. What's here? Oh, does nothing. What are we above?
Serious button.
Oh, I think
Fallout 76. Oh, it's elevators that lead to the nearby nuclear missile silo control room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I haven't launched a nuke in so long. I kind of got bored of it after a while.
Yeah.
Although I do really like fighting.
The new robots are actually pretty fun.
They're all right. I like fighting Earl, but that's Earl's the one you need a full party, and you need a full party of decked out people.
You need like 2 full parties at least.
Yeah, it's you need everyone to be decked out and ready
What's
to go.
nice is
Earl's
I got
a bitch. Although
Earl's
the
a
cremator's
bitch.
pretty good for him. If you have a good cremator, that takes him down pretty good. Or that takes down his mobs, really.
I need to make a build for what's it called? I need to do a heavy weapons build, but specifically for the what the auto axe? Because there's certain achievements you can only get using the auto axe.
Mm.
You build my thing, motherfucker. There we go.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Me?
Yeah.
Driving to Philly.
Why?
Because I'm meeting up with some friends there.
You're not going to the Anime Expo? I mean,
What? At Virginia Beach?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. I mean, I'm not going
So there's a
either.
free one going on at the. So there's 2 anime events going on in Virginia Beach tomorrow.
There's
one
2 tomorrow?
is-
Did they not plan that shit?
No, so there's one at the Field House, which is free. And then there's one happening Anime Expo. I wouldn't go to Anime Expo anyways, because one of their the cosplay guests is like very, very problematic. If you remember at NecoCon, he was the Bowser that made out on stage
Oh, yeah, no.
and vigorously humped the body. Yeah, that's him, and they made him a cosplay guest.
Why?
So-
He didn't even have good cosplay.
No, he store buys everything.
Yeah, he doesn't have good cosplay, and he's like,
Or he's a creator, like a content creator guest, but all he does is take awkward photos of people and stalk people online.
yeah, dude, he's like really fucking creepy.
I'm not gonna name drop or anything because that becomes problematic, but
Yeah. Okay.
I've said enough context clues that anyone in the area will
No,
easily recognize
yeah.
him.
He got banned from a con because he fucking dressed up as Bowser, had a peach body pillow, and accidentally fell and had trouble getting up. But it was literally he just went to the ground and started humping the shit out of it during.
And was
It
like,
was during the
shaking
masquerade or
shoes-
whatever.
like losing shoes level.
Yeah. And apparently had done a lot of other creepy shit.
For decades.
Yeah.
Not decades, but like a decade.
Yeah.
See what else. And yeah, and then the other one my friend's running, but not running, but he's one of like the guests there.
Yeah.
He's also you know like the smaller local wrestling troops. He's one of their members.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know any of them. No, so
I
I was
don't know.
gonna
He's-
say I might try to see about getting you and Mask, and we could talk about the Nintendo controversy right now. That would be fun. But I don't want to do it right now. I'm just gonna say let's do it tomorrow. But I might just do it with Mask, and you don't get to be a part of it. So fuck you.
Aw.
'Cause I'd rather
Damn
I'd rather get on it while it's hot.
So we could do it now, where it's really hot.
I don't have one. I have to go pick up Dez soon.
Ah.
And my rants tend to go long. 2, I don't have the energy for it right now.
And you can't. Next time I'd be able to be on for a rant would be like Tuesday.
Yeah. It's like that
And I
case where
don't.
someone is being attacked by someone else with a knife. The brother, which is a minor, pulled out a gun to defend his brother. The kid is arrested. The judge simply said that he was defending his brother. The case was dismissed. That really depends on where you are, though. And to be fair, Florida's like a red state, so they're pretty fine with you doing whatever the fuck you want. But it does really depend on where you are, because there are places where it's like, I think Britain's like this too. I don't know if any of our British people are in the chat right now, but I think Britain's like this, where like unless you are actively having your life at risk, you cannot do anything to a person. So like you can watch someone getting assaulted, and if you step in and try to stop it, you have now committed assault. But if you're getting assaulted, then you can stop it. You can fight back. That was at least how it was kind of explained to me. I don't know how true that is. And then some places in the United States are very like, yeah, you know, defense of self and others, and some are very much only the defense of self, and very different on what level of force you're allowed to use, and blah blah blah. It's really dependent on where you are, and then you know what judge you go before, and what county you're in, and yeah. The great and bad thing about America is the fact that we have states' rights, and it allows like you to have a lot more places that are within America. Like, okay, I don't like the culture and the laws in this state because they're very restrictive, or they're not restricted enough, or whatever. So you go to a state that fits your needs. The other problem is all the states have weird laws and they're different wherever and something that might be fine in one state's not fine in another, like this fucking pepper spray video I want to do. I can't spray pepper spray just anywhere.
You want to? Is it legal in North Carolina?
That's what I'm going to check if it's legal in North Carolina. I mean, the thing I'm thinking of doing is just going to like someone that like one of the companies around here that trains security forces and stuff like that, and like they should have an exemption that makes it legal, and seeing if I can find one that's cool with me recording myself getting pepper sprayed, going through their training, because then it is legal. If not, either drive down to North Carolina if it's legal down there, or when I go up to visit my family, have my dad pepper spray me. Because if it's legal,
get what Stack and Dan joining you.
Yeah, then I don't get But at the very least, then I could put out the video of me getting pepper sprayed because that's what I said I was going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta please the members.
Yeah.
I gotta look at this this season.
Yeah, I haven't even looked into any of it yet. I've just kind of dick around this whole time. What is in this season? How long is this season going for?
Like 3 months. They're usually 3 or 4 months.
Oh, I mean, going till, but the season just started, so it's actually be a while.
Yeah, I think 3 or 4 months to after this, because I think the 18th of March is when it started.
Okay.
Man, there's really not.
I
much
look at the
looking.
end game first. Had my dad. My dad was a military vet. My dad had to get pepper sprayed for his training too. And when I told my dad that I was immune to pepper spray, his response was "fuck you." So I think he might be.
Is there not a unique weapon this season?
There's a mystery bobblehead, gold bullion. The max level stuff is that's 150. I forgot 150 is always kind of lame. Skeleton parts, irradiated paint for the railway rifle.
Railway rifle.
Hello, my name is Zombie. That's dumb. Kind of cool, but not really worth the effort. That's dumb.
Yeah, this one doesn't seem too intriguing. What's the cooling tower?
All of this is kind of stupid.
Yeah, this season isn't good unless
I mean, they
you're
got
going
the
heavy.
Radium Secret Service paint, which is kind of cool. Nuclear Pyrotechnic Kit. What is this? Inspect. Oh, it's just a tiny little nuclear reactor that explodes. This is why. So what I've said this before. One of the things I would love, two things I would love for them to add. I would love for them to add like a guild system that they could call like a settlement system, so that rather than having, like if you're part of a settlement, you don't have an individual camp, but your settlement has a settlement that is larger.
And they can even have like set locations for the settlement to be located.
Yeah,
at.
set locations for the settlements, or yeah, whatever. You can have a settlement that is larger and you can build out, so it's a much bigger thing. And then I wish they would let you, and maybe put it behind a Fallout First wall, but let you like save a workshop. So save your build for a workshop, so that when you load back in and you take that workshop, you can have it fucking automatically build the shit that you have saved. That way it would inspire people to make a lot more elaborate builds around workshops, which are larger and could look aesthetically pleasing, to kind of make the world feel more lived in and more interesting and unique every time you log in, because now you're coming across someone else's custom workshop that they built out and spent a lot of time on because they know that they can load it in every fucking time. I think that would be really cool. They have a mini cooling tower, which is, I guess, kind of interesting, but not real. Again, a lot of the stuff
you can't build in it.
What?
It's not hollow. You can't build in it.
Yeah,
it's literally just a cooling tower.
Yeah, and there's the thing again. A lot of this stuff would be a lot cooler if your camp size was bigger, because like you get a lot of this cool stuff. It's like not a lot of shit fits. Nuclear powered jetpack.
That's probably only power armor. I wish they give us more
No,
jetpack.
no, it's for Secret Service armor or the
Oh,
Brotherhood
shit.
Recon armor. Yeah.
Oh shit. I forgot Brotherhood Recon was the also had the
But other than that, everything kind of sucks.
Yeah.
They got a
No,
critter
I'm not-
cooker. I guess that's kind of useful, but not really. I don't tend to run out of food anymore.
I don't need to eat anymore. I also don't have to worry about disease.
You can have
As
a
ghoul, you
nuclear
don't get-
fusion generator, which is just a generator that looks like a nuke.
How do you get the Brotherhood Recon? Is that do you have to buy it through
I
the
don't know.
gold vault, right? With the bullion?
I'm not 100% sure.
How much bullion do I have? That's a question.
Yeah, this all kind of sucks.
Did I accidentally use a... I accidentally used a magazine. Who uses newspapers and magazines at all?
I think I'm gonna rewatch the Fallout series. It's not like I don't have the time now. Fair. Do it, man.
Probably should rewatch the series.
I just rewatched it, actually. I just recently rewatched it. I'm gonna go
Is it
do
worth
Tunnel of
rewatch?
Love. Let's go do Tunnel of Love. I like Tunnel of Love.
Stuff?
Yeah,
Oh, hell yeah. Let's do Tunnel of Love. Where's the
Tunnel of Love gets you some good shit. Yeah,
The
I
Tunnel
just
of Love is
recently rewatched
fun.
it because why not? I forgot how short it is. I need to start playing Fallout 4 again. We can continue that. But I stopped playing so that my editor could catch up with the Let's Play stuff.
Ooh, military grade duct tape and ammo bag? Hello? Ballistic fiber, my love? The only material I don't have at least 1,000 of? That and nuclear waste. Mainly because I make a lot of Nuka-Cola Quantum, Nuka Shine.
Honestly, 3 people's enough to do this, but I want to wait. Chance.
Why am I not dancing? Why am I not dancing?
But no, there's a lot of shows that I'll watch or rewatch. Like very specifically because like I know they're not shows that Des would be interested in. So like I have the shows that I watch with Des when she's home, and then I have the shows that I watch when she's not home or when she goes to bed before me, or because she tends to go to bed long before I do, so that I have something to watch when she's doing that. And so I just recently rewatched Fallout, but it's like 8 episodes, so I finished it in like 2 days just because
Oh, we cut.
I stayed up all night.
It's over?
Some nights.
The event's over. Did we not start it?
I didn't see it. Oh, we might have fucked up. Hold on.
Or did we hit it at the tail end? No, it's better us in there at the tail end.
But also, we shouldn't be able to go down this far. Normally, it doesn't let you go down this far.
No, there's nothing down here.
Yeah, it only lets you go down this far if the event's going on.
Well, you want to explore the area? Because apparently we have all the time in the world.
Yeah, this is wild. We fucking broke the game.
Woo, it's... Yeah, we did the impossible task.
I
of
wonder if we
breaking
could-
the Bethesda game.
I wonder if I wonder if we could There's the thing, I love how much shit Bethesda gets for like the occasional glitches that happen in their games, but for the most part, none of them are game breaking.
Yeah, they're just fun.
There's just random shit. Oh, the
Like the
giant's
bucket
gonna
in
launch you in the
Skyrim.
fucking air. Oh no, like it's like okay,
Like,
there's this
or the
one
bucket in
fucking
Skyrim.
what?
The bucket, when they put the bucket over the people's heads, they can't see.
Oh yeah, well I mean that's just fun. That's something I could see them.
That's
I
fun.
could. That's something I can see them having done on purpose.
It was completely accidental.
Yeah, but I could have. That's something I could see them having done on purpose. Yeah, no, there's none of them. There's like, and I give them a lot of grace with that because it's like, listen, they have these very large games that are very complicated and have a lot of shit happening. Some shit's gonna slide through the cracks, man. Some stuff's gonna slide through. Give
Now,
them a break.
Starfield, that's a different. That's a whole different matter.
Starfield, it wasn't because of glitches. It was because of poor. If it was just glitches that were a problem with that game, then I'd be forgiving of them. It was just a poorly executed game.
Yeah.
Poorly
There's a reason I
executed,
didn't buy
overhyped. I bought it. I streamed it for like 15 hours the day it came out. I actually got. I did the pre-order stuff, so I got it like a day early and streamed it for 15 fucking hours. I accomplished almost nothing.
What I want to do is, if I ever get into game design, is set it so that the game can't complete until an in-game counter gets finished.
Why?
Just to fuck with speedrunners.
Oh yeah. And then if
It's
anyone
like, oh,
if
like,
anyone
this
says
area
they
is
beat the game
physically-
faster than that, anyone like posts a score, they beat it faster than that, you know they're cheating. Banned. Your license has been
It's like-
pulled. Your key has
It's like,
been pulled.
It's basically like the area is never available until this counter hits this point. Otherwise, it will not generate in.
Yeah. And like put out a challenge that says, "Oh, it's any speedrunner that can beat like the fastest speedrunner to beat this gets X amount of money." And then you're gonna get a whole bunch of them that are like, say it's like 2 hours, and like, "Oh yeah, I managed to beat it in an hour and 33 minutes." It's like, no, you didn't.
Live.
You cheated. The first person that says, "Yeah, I beat it in 2 hours and 10 minutes," here you go. Here's $10 million. Fuck you. I need to finish the rookie. I love the rookie.
But
Well, it depends. Are you a AAA game studio or are you just some indie dude? To be fair, if you're a AAA game studio and you make a game that can be beat in 2 hours, go fuck yourself. Although Morrowind, the speedrun for Morrowind is so short. Hold on, let me Google that real quick. Morrowind speedrun record.
see speedrun.com. Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Yep.
Because there's a glitch you can do that just like makes you uber powerful and transports you all the way to the main boss.
Let me see. Let me watch this shit.
You're gonna watch the speedrun?
There we go. Leave shit, pick red guard, steel platter, grab ring, something, walk, trade, catch, fly. Give me like 4 minutes. I'm watching this.
You know my favorite thing about speedrunners? Is the whole
What?
thing about speedrunning is beating the game as fast as possible. Which one already it's like you are getting the least out of the game conceptually. But speedrunners, by their very nature, the people whose whole thing is beating the game as fast as possible, spend more time on the game than anyone else.
Yes.
I think that's kind of funny.
Is it 36 seconds? Okay. I'm at a minute now. He's so far grabbed a platter and grabbed a something. He's traded something, bought something.
Do you know the origin of computer bug?
No.
The
Would you please explain the origin of computer bug for me?
the very first computer bug, it was legitimately caused by a moth getting into one of the vacuum tubes for an old computer, and it caused errors. And that is the origin of the term computer bug. That's why it's a bug. A moth,
Okay, now he's flying
a
across the
moth
map.
got into a fucking vacuum tube.
Okay, now he's flying across the map.
The Rookie's really good, Venom. I have not watched the newest episode yet. Are you
I need to
talking
watch
about
it. I don't
the
have
series, the
Hulu, which
Nathan
is the
Fillion
problem.
series? You know what I wish existed? And something like this might exist, but what I wish existed on a more commercially available level, on like a more consumer available level, is like establishing an escrow account for all your monthly bills. So at the beginning of the month, I can just and theoretically I do this in a way anyways, it's just by having a separate checking account, but still, I don't want to see the money. I could just hand money over to an escrow account and have all my bills come out of that, so they all get paid without me ever seeing the money. It's really good. It's not over yet. It's still going on. Although I did see something. I did not end up reading it. I need to read it. Hold on. I saw something about the future for the Rookie. If Nathan Fillion leaves, then I'm going to fucking riot.
Well, then it wouldn't be the Rookie anymore.
It's
Just
not the Rookie anymore
would
now.
be-
He's a fucking TO. He trains rookies.
But it's still, the show was about him.
Yeah. Which is based off a
He
true
was
story,
the
but
Rookie
yeah.
that the show was based off of.
Yeah, and I love too because it's based off a true story of a man who became a cop in his 40s.
I'm
But
guessing it wasn't
like
that.
I love these procedural cop shows, stuff like the cop shows like this, because how many cops do you think are actually getting in the sheer level of ultra high stakes situations on a weekly basis that these guys are? I get that cops are in life threatening situations all the time, and
Yes.
I respect that, but the scale of the situations that these just regular LAPD beat officers are getting into on a weekly basis. It's based off a true story in that it's based off of a man that chose to join the LAPD like in his 40s. And all the shit that happens now. How is Bailey's ex-husband? I'm reading an article right now that's talking about the renewal for an 8th season comes as the finale of season 7 is set to drop later this month on April 15th, with the last episode set to tie together a series of bombshell reveals that occurred throughout the season, including bringing back several prior characters. This includes the return of Bailey's ex-husband. Bailey's ex-husband no. Oh, okay. I think it's talking about the fact that he did come back. Yeah. John Dolan Fillion continues working his way up the police ladder, premiering.
The show's probably going to end with him either making sergeant or captain.
Getting fucking shot. Okay, this article make it. Okay, yeah, it's been renewed for an 8th season. That's the article.
Okay, that's really all they're saying.
Yeah, the article made it seem like it was like at risk, but no, it got renewed for an 8th season, so we're good. We're good from a Rookie. I can see him being a sergeant or him being like realistically. I can sort of see him going into IA. Like, if they wanted to wrap up the series, I can see him going into IA because reform the police department because he's always been about being a good cop and doing things the right way kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're like, okay, we need to end the season, we need to end everyone off on where they need to be, put Tim back in Metro, man. So what? He killed a guy. Did he even kill the guy? I can't remember if he killed the guy. Or if it was...
You are frozen for me, running in the same spot.
I don't think Tim killed the guy. I think Tim just lost his spot on Metro because they found out he lied about the guy. I don't. But put Tim back on Metro. He deserves it. Bleeding Kate's Grindhouse?
The hell?
I unlocked a safe somewhere. This is a new discovery for me. Apparently, I've never been here.
Oh, these are just one of the Road Raider places.
Yeah. I unlocked a safe somewhere, but I don't know where it is.
Do you have one of the the legendary perks where you get all the lockpicking and computer hacking?
Yeah. Oh, there it is. I'm fucking stupid. If I remember correctly, it's because he was framed for the murder of another cop. No, Tim... I don't think he was framed for the murder of it. I think they might have tried to frame him for it, but they didn't actually find him guilty. Him and his ex-army buddy were planning on murdering the dude that they realized faked his death and stuff and did a bunch of shady shit that they wrote as a KIA, even though they knew he might have been alive. And he stopped him from murdering him, but I think it was they were pissed off because he technically committed a crime by falsifying that report, so they pulled him off Metro, but it was bullshit. Tim deserves to be on Metro.
Can I turn off? What's it called?
I can also see them promoting Sergeant Gray to Metro, too. I can see that being a way they decide to wrap up. Or not Metro, IA. I can see them making him the commander of IA or something as a way to wrap everything up.
Oh, the legendary Scorch Beast.
I also don't think there's been a single moment where who was there was Nolan, Chin, and the other dude that were rookies all at the same time. What was his fucking name?
Oh, yeah, what's he doing now? Then again, I stopped watching, I think, right about season 2.
Oh, do you want a spoiler?
Maybe.
He's dead.
What?
He gets murdered. He gets
Damn.
He gets murdered because the actor wanted to leave the show because he thought it was glorifying cops. Which was kind of wild because his whole story arc was talking about dirty cops. His whole story arc was about addressing dirty cops and dealing with dirty cops. And then he left the show because he didn't want to glorify cops.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fucking wild to me. But so he gets murdered because he left between seasons, so he kind of gets his character is facing away from the camera and gets shot in the back of the chest, and is murdered. And then I don't believe they ever, because they show his dad again. They show his dad again, but I don't think his dad, they ever addressed the fact that his dad's, like, that dude's son got murdered. They never addressed that.
Because they would have had to bring him back for extra scenes, maybe?
No, because the dad is still in the thing. Fuck!
What killed you?
I fell into the pit.
I'm getting the glorious irradiations. Give me a second, I'm cooking.
But yeah,
I was about to say, like, me and you at our level shouldn't be dying except to maybe events. That's about it.
yeah. I died to radiation again. I fell into radiation. I'm not immune to it. Yeah, Jackson.
So
yeah,
down
yeah.
there, I'm immune to radiation completely. Down there, I'll die.
No.
That's just that's like a, if you go in, you died no matter what location for a player.
Midwest Safety has a YouTube channel that gets body camera from the police and posts them on YouTube. Drunk people, murder, police chase. Great channel. Huh. Neat. I didn't find anything that I super care about, so I'm super cool with it being gone.
There we go. All the irradiation I could ever want. Woo.
Okay, hold on. Let me do quick. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Carissa real quick because I gotta go because I'm gonna have to pick up Des soon.
Okay.
I didn't realize what time it was.
Are picking her up from work or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.